Microphone. All right, let's see. I need to start up Chatty, because chat's not on screen. Chatterino, rather. Chatteronius. Chatterodo. Chatterino. It's like a Latin homework. All right, here we go. Oh man, I like woke up under the bed. I'm feeling like crap today, but streaming will set me right, because then I get to yell at my computer for a little while. I get to try to run this extremely complicated program that I made over the past 2 days. I've been doing nothing but coding, except for when we played Jedi Knight 2. But games are over. Games are over. We're done with games forever. No, not forever. Hopefully I can get this thing working, and then we can do my summer car rally. I'm looking forward to that, because that's not work. No, that's convenient. I should have a little thing in the corner, like a red box that just says live, just to indicate that I'm not recorded. What's up, Marion G? Distant Cacophony, giving it a yay at the very beginning. All three of my viewers are here. That's good. Here we are, looking at software. I think I've done some very clever stuff in regards to the software. I think we can get it running. It'll be pretty cool. I think I'll be happy with it. I can go over. Well, adjust the camera a little bit. We do adjust the camera just a little bit. Ah, damn it! I bought these. They were expensive, but they're little things that hold the camera, so the camera pops in and out of them. I got 3 of them. Oh no, 4. I had to buy 4 of them because one of them goes on that camera. So that little box at the bottom there is a little release. It's like a quick release for the camera. So I can move that camera and I can put it on the 3D printer, which there's a little clamp on it like right there that allows me to just move that camera over, and so we get a nice view of the 3D printer. The other one that I have is for the face cam. That one moves from here to the wall where it looks down on my desk so that I can get a good angle of the gaming setup. And that'll be particularly important for when we get the wheel working so that you guys can see me actually driving the car. So that'll be kind of cool. That'll be kind of cool. I guess I didn't well, I did sort of realize that I'd always be on camera when I'm streaming, unlike a lot of other streamers that at least I watch. A lot of the streamers I watch do the games without any of them at all on camera. So like I'm not really into the VTubers or the people who always have like a little. I guess I watch Milton, so he's always on camera too. That's probably that's kind of where I get the influence of how I use the zoom in joke. But other than that. I guess Djibouti Show too. They're always on camera too. I just like I need to put some effort in my appearance, and I haven't done that today. Simulate the device. Well, okay. So when the response to a question like that is what I just did, the noises that just came out of my mouth, the confidence levels is waning a little bit. I managed to put together something that should simulate the device. How about that? That's the answer that I have. I managed to get my code to compile for something that should theoretically simulate the device, barring any additional weird stuff that might happen. And I've done all of the checkovers on it to make sure that it will work. Theoretically. Theoretically. Oh, why is my glucometer's beeping at me? I've been rationing and fasting over the past couple days. I actually had a hamburger for lunch though. I cheated. I need this severe diet, otherwise I'm gonna die. Yeah, kind of. That's how I replied to my boss when he asked me if I fixed the stuff. That's pretty much where we're at. It's like, I'm gonna make Krendor noises. It's on paper it works, and in application we got most of it to work. We'll be able to watch the serial monitor and I don't know. I feel moderately confident in what we're doing here. I feel moderately confident. Marion G. Let's turn the scope on. That'll be fun. Move my dummy power supplies. One of the things that we need to do in the near future is test to see which of these, if any, still work. I don't need the input module, but it's the 2 output modules we need to test. Problem with that is that that involves 300 volts of DC. 300 volts of DC. I don't know how else to check to see if these things are working. But if one of these is working, if I didn't manage to blow up all of them, that means that I'll be able to build the power supply without a huge amount of expenditure. Yeah. I think there's gonna be manly tears today. There's gonna be, no, they're not manly tears. They're gonna be very pathetic crying, I think is gonna happen today. When this thing doesn't work, and in that case we'll move over to just working on the computer project, because I don't know, it's been so long that I've been working on this thing. This has taken like 4 weeks, 5 weeks longer than I wanted it to, and it's not a difficult task. It's not anything crazy. I was playing with materials, by the way, for the computer build, because I'm using these silicone rubber hoses. I'm not going to use the 8mm ones because they're too big. But if I were, I was thinking of using because I grounded the motor cable, I shielded the motor cable rather, because the motors are fairly noisy on these things. So I was thinking I could sleeve my silicone cable in that braid, but it's a little, I don't know, it's a little crazy, right? It's a little crazy. Just playing with materials, seeing what looks good. That's a little crazy. As much as I'd like to do that, shrink wrapping the ends is kind of a pain in my ass. I don't know, I think it looks good, but yeah, push comes to shove, we're just gonna take a shit on the project and we just work on computer modeling because it looks cool and people like watching it, you know? That's my backup plan today. The problem with the computer project is that I don't have a lot of inspiration. I don't have a lot of artistic inspiration on what I should do in order to make solids that will tie together all the components that I have floating in the air. Sleeves always look good. Yeah, but it's a little much, right? It's a little much. Maybe like a black fabric braid. I'd have to buy it though, that's the only problem. I'm at a point where I need to tighten the bolts down a little bit because Stream isn't paying what it used to. Actually, all the donations from Twisted Sister helped me push the water cooling project a little bit further forward. But it's not, yeah, it's, you know, we got to get Burn the Subs back, and so I need to clear this project out, regardless of its state. But I hate it because it's like, it's so close. We're so close. Like this program here that I'm doing with multiple tabs now, all I need to do is make another tab, and that other tab is going to be the Linbus stuff. And all the Linbus stuff needs to do is, I just picked a scab. Please don't bleed. Please don't bleed. Please don't bleed. Please don't. It's bleeding. All right. Anyway, so I just like scratched my arm and I'm like, damn it. We add Linbus to this. It runs as a function in the main code. Every time that function's called, it goes bam, bam, bam. What are your button states? And then it throws them into the buttons. Done. Well, and then I got to do the analog stuff. It's not that bad though, because I already have code that does it, and I'm not going to totally alter that code. Ugh, this has just been so complicated. Pretending to be a Bluetooth module is just so weird and difficult. It's been just a huge hassle. Because, I mean, you know, the majority of, nobody's doing this. Nobody's doing this. We're doing this from the wrong end. It's always, how do I use this product in order to communicate with a remote device? And Scilabs has everything you need to do that, to deal with their weird API and their, well, I would call it overly complicated API. It's like, oh yeah, you need a remote device? Oh, you just configure the module and then you scan for devices, and if you see the device that's already been paired, you just simply like give it a handle and then you roll with that. And it's like, oh, okay, that's, I can decipher that. How do I be the module though? And they're like, ooh, good luck. Yeah. You know, they don't want, I guess they don't want other people being the module, but the module like can do all kinds of stuff. There might be corner cases where we get a signal that we don't know still. We'll have to see. We'll have to see. There's like a parameter that it codes in that I don't know what it is. But luckily we have one response to it. What's up, Brian Locke? How you doing, man? We're hopefully at the end, either at my wit's end or the end of actually being able to fake being a Bluetooth module. This is all for my big crazy simulator setup where I'm using actual car parts to do a big 3-phase motor using a Granite Devices Simucube controller, which is a DIY controller that uses Granite Devices family of motor controllers that can use pretty much any motor. Really get a lot of value. Look at how many motor this baby can fit. Anyway, this thing is a huge Mitsubishi 3-phase motor that I got off of eBay. Mitsubishi is a fairly closed environment for their motors, which is great for me because you can get these cheap. and then hook them up to this thing and produce a 2-horsepower force feedback direct drive steering wheel. The steering wheel is a Mercedes S-Class wheel, which has a lot of buttons on it. It's got a lot of buttons. And then I had a shifter that was a BMW E46 Steptronic shifter. That is not LIN bus, but we made it into such so that everything on this system could speak LIN bus. I also have BMW pedals sitting down there, but that Steptronic shifter did not work with me mentally. I don't know what the hell I was doing. Shifting, I was like doing the wrong direction shifts and stuff. So we built an 8-speed shifter off of Thingiverse, and then I did a couple little modifications to it, and now that thing is 8 more buttons that my system needs to handle. Well, that overdoes it for the amount of inputs that the Granite Devices Simucube allows. The only way for us to get more buttons is to use their low-energy Bluetooth in-wheel button system. What's up, Trade Splatter? Thank you for the 21 months. I'll granite your devices. Okay, yes, please. Cosmo Quest rating with a party of 11 people. How you guys doing? So I'm just explaining that in order to get all of the buttons that we have now running on this simulator setup, we had to buy Granite Devices wireless wheel module. And what that is SI Labs Blue Gecko low energy Bluetooth module that plugs into the base station. And then this thing over here can do up to 24 buttons. That's as many buttons as my whole system has. Now I could just install this, but I don't know. I wanted the content and I wanted to continue on with the LIN bus stuff. Excuse me. And I didn't want more Bluetooth running around, you know? My insulin pump is going to be Bluetooth soon, and my constant glucose monitor is Bluetooth. So instead of just running a wireless module and needing to recharge all of my peripherals, or having, I don't know, Bluetooth running from this back, it's already wired. Why would I need to do that? Or having a Bluetooth module couched in the airbag chasm that this wheel has, I've decided to go down the long and difficult and annoying and boring and stupid road of reverse engineering the module itself so that my microcontroller can TX and RX over to this thing. So we did a bunch of sniffing. That took a couple weeks to figure out what the packets were running around doing. Then we found the API documentation, which gave us a full answer of every single signal that we need to interpret. Then I decided to half-ass it, and I kind of made an engine that would sort of respond to the packets, and that sort of kind of worked, except that it didn't. It got all the way to the point where it looks like this thing is just keeping the signal alive, because it like sets a timer and the timer goes off periodically. That was all working, except that it wouldn't ask for the button packets to configure. It needs to ask for it needs to say, hey, I want to set up this characteristic response. And then the remote module goes, and then it just sends characteristic responses whenever a button gets pressed. Characteristic response is part of the language of the API. I have gotten tits deep in the API documentation, and I didn't want to. I didn't want this. You would never half-ass something. No, because I half-assed it and then it made me whole-ass it. So my entire ass is wrapped around this API now, and I understand it in cardinal ways that I never even wanted to. It's horrible. When did my mom join the stream? You shut the hell up, Chester. But anyway, so Mom? Anyway, so this setup right now, and I don't mean to explain this with the start soon and everything. I should probably, because I'm passionately explaining what the hell I've done wrong. I probably should get rid of the start soon and just do it normally. But we're at the point where I've now made a very large piece of software that actually compiles, and it's got all kinds of different tricks and turns in it. And I need to explain this to you guys, and then we need to compile it, put it on the micro. Right now, this micro is isolated and it's hooked up to the TX and RX, whereas our LIN bus micro is sitting here just collecting dust. But we're gonna try to put this thing up against the base station and see if I finally worked out all the stuff that needs to be worked out. And that'll take the form of opening a little serial dialog and looking at my serial printouts from the Arduino. This has been, I even blew up one of the wireless wheel modules by accidentally connecting it to too much voltage. Although it turns out totally worth getting a new one, even though it was $52. Getting a new one meant that I was able to see that it sets up a characteristic value that we don't know. So the the characteristic values is something that you can like set up in the remote device. It's how we do button presses, RSSI, and battery level indicators. RSSI is just reception. So it'll periodically send a packet that represents the RSSI, and it does that with the packet called the GAT characteristic value. What happens is the base station needs to request that these are set up. And we don't know what the values are. This is something that Granite Devices set up. So there is a characteristic value. 11 is a button press. 21 is battery level. 1A, why do I have this memorized, is RSSI. And then there's one that's 17, and I don't know what it is, and it's never used. So that's a weird one. And so buying this extra module meant that we were able to see that. So we're not going to run into that and be like, what is this? Oh man, it's been a trip. It's been a trip. Over the past 2 days, I've been very tempted to play Jedi Knight 2 because we started playing it totally vanilla and it runs amazingly on a modern computer. I wonder what era O'Bother's from. He really likes games from the early 2000s. Oh no, I figured it out. So anyway, that game was fun. I'm gonna download some mods for it though. I think if we are backed into a corner, because I also installed Satisfactory. So either way, we have games that'll take up a lot of time that we'll play soon. But if I do Jedi Knight 2 again, I will mod it. I will mod the hell out of it. I also played with a friend last night a little bit of Green Hell. We got back into Green Hell wherever we left off. Game runs perfectly. I think taxing games work with the 750 watt power supply. So I'm pretty confident. I just said I think with a lot of question marks at the end implied by my tone. And then I said I'm confident. I'm pretty confident though. That 750 watts is plenty for that system, for the Radeon 6900 XT and the 5950X. I think it'll work. I hope anyway. I think I finally figured out also how to get my mixer set up. Yeah, Green Hell's fun with another person. I would imagine playing it solo would be okay. I know there's like the mode where you're just simply building stuff. We've been going through the plot, so it's fun to go through the plot, and we're you know, just lampooning the whole thing. The amount of resources it takes to do basic stuff seems to skew towards like a multiplayer server instead of towards a single player experience. It seems like the amount of resources that you need to do certain stuff is somewhat taxing. And it seems like maybe that's a mechanic of like a multiplayer environment instead of what we're doing, which is a co-op through the plot. So, but it's fun. We're having a good time. I'm having fun. Fun. Get my soda. Oh no, I'm out of it. Okay, do I have water? Yes, okay, water. Water it is. Water in a used coffee container, great. I have to crunch on this ice because it's all tainted by coffee. Gotta crunch on it. All right. I just finished explaining what the project is. I'm wondering if I need to jump in right now, start the stream, and actually explain the project again. Probably do. Probably do. If this works and we get it all working and everything, it's going to be a short stream. This is a no death run. We'll just see where we get to with this. But I'm anxious to see whether or not this code works because I just last night got it to compile. And then I made a couple changes after compiling, so we might run into some problems before it compiles again. There were some mistakes in it. Who knew that writing, oh God, how many lines of code is this? 90, so it's 100, 175, 25, 200, hold on. 535. Oh God. 887. Math. 1,030 lines of code. Who knew that there might be a couple mistakes? It's over 1,000. Over 1,000 lines of code. Working setup, any percent, no death run. Yeah, exactly. It's one of those. I always loved when like Rich Evans would start up the prereq stream like during the holidays, because I guess he's not big on holidays. He would do like a no death run for a game that he knows really well. So he'd do what is the one with the mall with the zombies? That game was really fun. But he did like a no death run for that. So if he dies, stream just, and he had no qualms about just ending the stream early if that were the case. I like that. It's very freeing. That was back before Twitch was owned by advertisers. There's like an incentive program now for running more ads on your stream, and it makes me sick. I hate it. You know, the start bar I should probably put on the other screen. Left 4 Dead, yeah, sorry. It's just a streamer mental block. The IQ drops about 20 points when you start streaming. No, not Left 4 Dead. Yeah, Dead Rising. Jesus Christ. See what I mean? Case in point. Exhibit A, Your Honor. Your Honor. Your Honor. Case in point. My client is directly displaying signs of the brain atrophy as resultant from streaming, Your Honor. I submit to the court. Exhibit A. All right. I've got this on my mind. My brain is a little bit scrambled from not sleeping very well last night. Let's get started. Oh, I need to open an HW monitor. Hold on. Ah, it hobbles my whole computer. Is there also a deleterious? Damn it! I want to use big words, but sometimes I don't have the big words to use. Leading the witness. That whole shit show. Yeah, is there a deleterious effect of being in chat as well? Is that the right word? I think it is. I'm gonna look it up. I have no shame. I'm a streamer. Deleterious. Causing harm or damage. That's different. That's different than what I thought. Detrimental. That would be a good one too. I shouldn't crunch ice on the mic. I'm gonna mute. I was talking about goldfish, and I was muted the whole time. God damn it. I hate it when I do that. I need to find some new mixes. I need to find a game that has really good music in it. I know games that have good music, but I don't have memories. I don't have object permanence. I don't have. I was saying I have the memory of a goldfish, but actually, goldfish have pretty good memory, or rather, you can train them. They have decent neurological structures to allow them to be trained to do stuff. Oh, that's that tapping fan. I have a fan that's tapping against something over there. I don't know where it is. It might be the hard drive making noises, but it's very distracting when things get quiet and it's here. Yes, it's my own direct drive steering wheel. Let's jump off and I'll explain right now what this project is again. This will be the really short explanation, and I'll go into more detail a little later. I'm a wreck right now. I didn't sleep. We might have a short stream if things work, but who knows? So, okay, I bought a steering wheel from a Mercedes S-Class. We reverse engineered the electronics in the steering wheel, what allow it to press buttons on the actual car with very few wires. It takes 3 wires. It's a system called the LIN bus. So in that vein, we decided to make all the other peripherals that make up my direct drive steering wheel system into LIN bus peripherals. So what happens is they're digitally polled by an Arduino that then sets off a port expander or an analog potentiometer in order to fool the Granite Devices Simucube into thinking that a switch has been flipped. The problem is there's only so many inputs to that thing, so we had to buy their wireless wheel system, and now I am busy trying to reverse engineer this system so that I can fake being the module and being the wireless wheel module so that we can push buttons digitally with a TX and an RX. So right now, I've got this microcontroller hooked up to the TX and the RX, and this one's just sitting idle. We're turning this thing on and off. We're trying to bring it through a sequence of signals that will enable me to press buttons. We know exactly everything that's going on because we failed at this so many times. We have a documentation of the Scilab's low energy Bluetooth module, Scilab's low energy Bluetooth, and we have logs of this thing coming up to working with this thing. So we know that there are some custom commands that are used in order to press or tell the module that buttons have been pressed on the wireless module. I could have just installed that thing into the wheel and we probably could have gotten this whole thing working, but where's the fun in that? Well, I've stopped having fun. I am now angry at this thing because we've attempted so many different times to get this thing up and running, and it's just kind of, you know, it's just not doing it. Games with royalty-free music. No, I just mean like games with music that aren't trying to get litigious or muting on Twitch. Games are generally a good place to get your intro music because they're not assholes. All right, so it's a direct drive steering wheel with a 2 horsepower Mitsubishi motor. I had a sequential shifter from a BMW E46 M3 because my friends figured that the cheap way to get an M3 manual is to buy the Steptronic one and swap the transmission. So I have the actual shifter out of an actual car. We reverse engineered that, and the circuit board was drunk, but we were able to turn that into a LIN bus module. In addition to that, I also have pedals that are out of a E92 BMW of some kind. I think it's just a 3 Series. But those pedals I have sending analog data via the LIN bus back to the base station as well. So what's the Newton meters for the torque of 2 horsepower? You get to play in the data sheet. There it is. Page 140, it'll tell you. It's a 1.5 kilowatt HFSP 152. It is that data sheet is a beast. It's one of those multiple devices data sheets. So there's never a clear answer. My fan isn't pointed towards me. Hold on. I'm overheating. It's getting warm. It's going to get warm around here. I think there's a heat wave coming soon. All right. Good reading. Yeah. That's almost like saying good riddance. Good reading, good riddance. Oh, damn it. I put ice in my mouth. I shouldn't do that while I'm trying to talk to you guys. Hold on. That's a bad habit. It's not a good habit when you got a microphone sitting in front of you. or clipped to your shirt. I'm pouring a glass of water. Hold on. I'm not reading you guys a data sheet. I'm not that much of a pervert. Okay, so this is the documentation for the SI Labs API. It's a light read of 256 pages of tables for each individual serial signal that can be running on the line. I have been living in this sheet because I've had to respond appropriately to packets that were, oh God, look at all these windows. Which is the one that we're actually working in? Engine test, there we go. That's the one. All these other ones can go. They were just reference material. Get rid of that one, get rid of that one, get rid of that one. Like I said, it's been a trip, huh? Yeah, you guys are an exciting bunch. Read us a protocol data sheet. Yeah, Fanatec was out of my price range. I actually was able to get a set of their old, I don't want to say, it's not Club Sport, but their old like plastic pedals was what I originally had. I was going to send them to Flatulent Godad, Turbo Nad. He renamed because of Twitch's policy on bodily part names, but I had those Fanatec pedals. I was going to send them to him. He discovered that in England, you can source car pedals cheaper than I've ever seen before. He was able to buy like 2 different electronic gas pedals for like the cost of a hamburger. Like, it was ridiculous. So he's yeah, Club Sport. I think Club Sport V1. They had them on clearance. I bought it for about $45, and that's probably the amount that TurboNat has spent on real car pedals. And because of his affinity for sort of kludgy woodwork, he was able to get his running in like a week. Meanwhile, I'm sitting here with all this stuff, my thumb up my ass. D2, can't imagine more than 25 Newton meters at 100% force feedback. Yeah, I run it at about 50% if I want to drive better, and 80% if I want to hurt my arms, which I do. I want it to be a workout because I want guns. I want driving guns. No, I want it to actually be a workout because it's funny. Yeah, 120 on max power for Newton meters. It's, I mean, yeah, it's mad. This is why I prefer to have a nice big thick steering wheel too. 80% for car crashing simulator. They don't really like, I can overpower it, you know? The end stops are 100% power, and I can overpower the motor. I do have a gearbox if I really wanted it to be able to twist me into a pretzel. All right, anyway. How does this software work? What are software? What is our software? How software works software. Fanatec BMW N3 GT wheel. That sounds pretty cool. I wanted a real car wheel because everything is a race wheel. Everything wants to be everything is all about racists these days. Everybody wants a racing wheel. I wanted a consumer car wheel because I don't know. I don't necessarily want to race cars around. I might just want to do like casual driving and stuff. So I think this is the best thing. Yeah, what are a computer? All right, let's get into it. So in order to fake being a module, I had to do a couple things. One was just sell my soul to Arduino. I didn't involve higher concepts of programming in this program. So there's something called like types that I could have used in order to describe the module. I didn't do that. I didn't feel like getting too complicated with this. It turns out that using the more complicated stuff in programming probably would save me a little bit of the effort that I've been putting in. But the Teensy 3.2, the microcontroller that I'm putting this on, is very capable. It's a very quick microcontroller, and it's able to do a lot of this stuff without even breaking a sweat, right? Yeah, it probably would have made it easier to read. Actually, you know what? I'm gonna put this stuff in the Discord. I'm gonna do that real quick. Let's I need to drill down to where I've stored this stuff. So project, stream, Mercwheel. I don't like how complicated this project has gotten. It's gotten a little bit much, right? Yeah. Well, I do have the windshield wiper controls, but I might need to put them into my actual car. The windshield wiper stocks from a BMW E46-ish series. I might need to put them into my car because the way that they do the different levels of control is by one wire, but that one wire came about before digital electronics was really a big thing. So what they do in the BMWs is they have a resistor ladder. So each of the settings of the windshield wiper is controlled by a voltage level on a wire, which is mad. It's just, that's insane. It saves them copper, but that's how they do it. And so over time, those contacts wear, and that might be why my windshield wipers don't work. I have sitting behind me, I have a windshield wiper motor, and then I have both of the windshield wiper stocks sitting behind me, just in case. That's it. I've already bought the relay and swapped it, and that's not it. Freaking windshield wipers, and they're super intermittent. They come on like really slow, and if I move them a little bit, then they start moving. It just seems like water might have gotten into them, and maybe I need to grease it up a little bit. Anyway, Mercwheel, Arduino. This is not supposed to be this complicated. We were supposed to move on from this by now. Don't worry, they'll charge you to fix it. What are you talking about? I do my own car work. You need a pump? You need to pump. Get your pump on. Base station, all in caps. I'm renaming some of these things in order so that I know where I am. But base station is where we're going to put the final piece of software that wraps all of this crap up into one big happy program. But this is our Bluetooth engine test because I've combined some stuff. I got a couple files here. I'm going to try to put these. By the way, I did A, B, etc. What? Oh, Bluetooth engine test is the main one. The other ones are listed A through whatever, A through E at this point, because they're loaded up in alphabetical order. So the thing about Arduino and tabs, you don't need to declare variables as being global for the entirety of all of your tabs. You don't need to do that. Apparently just declaring them as globals here. I mean, the tabs are just a way for you to organize yourself a little bit, and they're just loaded up as if they're one big file. So you treat it like that, and I'll treat you right. Anyway, let me go to Discord and grab this folder, and then go to my stream project section in my own Discord. And then I'm just gonna drag and drop these mofos in here. Oh my god, am I allowed to do this? It's gonna yell at me. Uploading 6 files. All right, there they is. So if you guys wanna look at the software, I'm pretty confident that compiles, but I don't know. I mean, we're gonna immediately be editing this once I'm done explaining how my software is gonna go about doing its job. Okay, all right. Cradle thing that sits on the fender mounts to hold the engine up. Oh yeah, the one for VW. Yeah, the VW one has 2 rails that sit on the hood tray. You know, the sides of the fenders where the hood go. Yeah, and it's not really the fender mounts, but it's like where I guess it is the fender mounts where they screw into the unibody. And yeah, it sits there, and it's this like the top of a well, and it has a little chain that comes down. So you can hold the engine up while you put new mounts on it. Alternatively, if your oil pan is strong enough, which we've done, you lift it by that and then do it one mount at a time. Motor mounts are fun. I had to make motor mounts for the Porsche project, the 944 project that I wistfully bring up every time I hear about any kind of a Porsche. I'm like, I had a 944 once, and then the dream sequence starts. Anyway, my wording was shit. No, it wasn't. All right. So here's a project. First tab, all the settings, all the global variables, just sitting here, festering. And that's it. That's all this first tab is. A little explanation and then just a bunch of bullshit, right? Thank you for the follows, by the way. I don't have a lot of fanfare for the follows, just because introversion. I like being able to follow a stream without causing a ruckus. Anyway, so here is all of the stuff. Now, the way that I've set up this program to work is there's two things going on, really, primarily. One is a receive engine, and the other is a reply engine. It's a sending engine that's released from the immediacy of the single thread of code coming down. So basically, the way that this works is we receive something, and depending on what we have to do when we receive something, we either reply immediately or we add a command into a, where is that? I had to put a bunch of zeros on it. Yeah, into an event stack. So I've done this before with programs, the stack. In this kind of a system, and this is why I call it an engine, because there's something constantly chugging away. In this kind of system, the way that we sort of iterate through tasks is by having an array that will tick over the task and add a 0 at the end. So we'll have a command that gets moved up in the queue every X amount of time. We've done that with LEDs and animation before too. If you want to like have a really cool looking animation on something, you can algorithmically put it together. One of the ways that I've done it is by iterating an animation counter that will look up a value on a table that will give it a location on another table. And you iterate the numbers through so that everything is kind of sliding and moving together. And it's really cool. It's what I did with that LED headgear, the topiary sphere that I put a bunch of LEDs on. That was a fun one because people would roll up to me at the party and go, "Where did you get that where'd you get that costume?" And I'm like, "I bought it on Amazon." And then they just walk away. They're like, "Wow, that was easy. I didn't need to explain a goddamn thing." Yeah, I don't think we're going to do an animated burn the subs, but that was a fun project. It was basically a sine wave table that the software would go through for each pixel, and then it was iterated up on another piece of... basically, as you move through, the numbers would just chug away, and it didn't calculate anything. It used lookup tables, and it was really good at that. All right, anyway. So the way that this is working is that we have this event timer. So when we get a signal in, depending on how we're supposed to respond, we iterate, or we put an event into that stack, and then a certain time later, that event will trigger a signal coming back. And this is all just from me looking at the signals that we sniffed out of the serial of the working, when a working module comes up to fruition, there were signals that were sent that triggered errors. There were signals that were sent that did. So what I have, in addition to that, is an actual status, I guess, register. It turns out I was originally going to use these to trigger the events. It's better to just have the event stack. And in that case, all I need are Booleans. So it's a uint. It's an unsigned integer with eight binary thingamajigs that will say whether or not a status has been achieved. And if the X's next to it are me checking over the software to make sure that I'm doing everything right. Oh, I might have left this one in erroneously. I don't know. I think that one works. I didn't put an X by it, which makes me a little scared. Did I actually finish checking over my software? I don't know. So what happens is the base station sets up the module to scan for Bluetooth devices, right? So when that's finished, we can set off like a Boolean register, and that way, if any of this stuff is requested, which is the specific module connection sort of protocol, if any of this stuff is requested out of battery, out of order, we can then send back an error and say, hey, that doesn't really work. Now, I haven't extensively programmed the errors in. I probably should. I didn't. That's part of me being lazy and or stupid. But everything is done with handles. So once the module is configured, a handle for the Bluetooth address gets assigned. So it starts searching for Bluetooth addresses, and we have the address right here in order to just spit it out on the line. So that's another timer thing. We got to bop, 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 spit out that address and say, hey, we're out here. We're a random Bluetooth device that's totally wireless, even though it's actually plugged into a microcontroller instead of actually being remote. It's not doing anything wirelessly. It's just literally just spitting out one address. So it does that, and I don't have it programmed to spit out the second address, by the way. We're only registering one device, but I've programmed it with two for future proofing, because if I come back to the software and I just have a couple notes that say module 2 here, I won't know what the hell's going on. So I mostly coded it to do 2 modules, but it will never spit out this address. So we'll actually, let me make a note about that. Current code will not scan respond with this addy. For now, dramatic chord. Which one is, chord is the musical one, right? Hold on, which one's the musical one? The CH is like a wire. Or not. Really? So chord is the one. Wow, I had him wrong in my head, huh? Dramatic chord. I have no qualms with looking up stuff that should be that relatively common knowledge that's leaked out of my brain. Okay, so anyway, that's the deal. That's how this thing works. And when the module is fully connected, there's a command that we send called MTU connect, I guess. I don't know. It's MTU something or other. And I think that's the secret key to getting this thing working, is that we need all of that stuff, and then we need to send that MTU connect. So the things that we might need to do are adjusting some of the timings, and that's why we're hovering on this page for so long. But adjusting the timings we're not going to need to adjust the conversion factor. Cordy is UK. Oh my god. The time to respond, the event timer tick-ups, are 25 milliseconds right now. I might need to up that to a larger number. We'll see, though. 90% of my private tab use. Googling shit, I'm embarrassed I forgot. Yeah, it's just life. I think people are fairly mean about that kind of thing, and it's hard to untrain yourself from being like that, because it's real easy to rib somebody who doesn't know, you know, chord versus chord. But yeah. What's up, Pyro? Where I put all the software as it is right now, and I believe it'll compile, unless some of the little edits that I did are I feel like you see it online as Cordy a lot more often. I don't know, not me. Anyway, as this software is right now, it's on the Discord. I've done a couple edits after I got it to compile before. I think it'll compile now. So we're explaining what's going on. We have an engine where we put commands into the engine, and it executes those serial signals as that engine ticks away. All this is just to get this thing up into a state where it functions. And I wish I could skip the queue and just send it MTU connect, and it's instant. You know, like however Granite Devices coded their part of the software, it also probably needs to get through all of these steps of registration before it allows things to happen normally. Because we've fooled it in the past with our sort of more shaky setup into setting that final timer. The final timer makes the remote module request it makes the remote module send a timer expiring, then the base station requests an RSSI, and it replies to that. So it says, yeah, I got your RSSI. Here's the RSSI. Very, very wild stuff. I don't know why it does that. That's just how it keeps the module alive, I guess. We've gotten it to that step where it's doing that, and we're responding to that properly. But it doesn't listen to any of our button presses, because something's weird. All right, so our timing functions, I've got a bunch of different things going on here. Basically, when I set a timer, originally this was coded so that the base module could set a handle on the timer, and then we would expire the timer and we'd send it the right handle. Well, in the case of what we're doing here, we're still letting it do that, but it's not able to choose which timer slot it goes to. So this one always goes to the 0 slot, and then I'm using all these other timers because they're triggered periodically, and I can start and stop them in the code. So I've assigned timer of 0 is from the base station, timer 1 is RSSI, 2 is battery, because in addition to that RSSI request, there are just random events that come through that give it RSSI and battery. It's just what it does. 2 battery, and 3 is the event timer. So all of our events ticking up are always happening. So we set up that timer initially to just go and go and go and go. And that's always running. So if there's a 0 in the event, it doesn't do anything. But if we have an event that comes in, we'll execute it at a regular basis. So it's not exactly emulating the module settings and then being able to reply. Instead, it's just waiting a little bit and going, yeah, I did what you said. Man, you know, I had like 4 people watching for Jedi Knight, and now I got like 1 billion people. Why do you guys like programming? Get out of here, leave. This sucks. Anyway, all right. So the timer handle is just something that we set because apparently the base module, the base station. I'm trying to get my terminology straight. I'm terrible at sailing because I don't know what to tell anything. I don't know how to explain. Can you hold on to the thingy? No, the cleat. I mean the mizzen mast. I mean the boom, the rope, I don't know. We don't. That's why we watch. Yeah. Okay, so Star Worms. Star Wars. It's the Star Wars, starring Han Solo, Chewbacca, Princess Leia. All right, anyway, on coke. Anyway, so what's going on here is that I've taken over the timers. I need them for my own purposes. We've got kind of a regular interval of things going off. That's just to kind of fool the module into thinking things are happening properly. Because if we immediately reply to some of the stuff that it requests, I don't think it'll register. I don't know, though. I just don't want stuff running into itself. So we've got this whole system for setting periodic tasks, and those timing functions are what get set off periodically. These guys right here. So what these are doing is setting off other parts of the program, or they're adding events to the event stack and relying on that. So basically the way that I have nothing kind of like collide with one another and have it come in asynchronously and able to respond sort of fluidly to some of these commands is to have that event timer just be a dump for any reply that we have. Now, if we have a confirmation signal, like a success signal, we send that immediately. So that's a different type of command. But generally, replying, we do this. We use the event timer. Okay, all right. So yeah, depending on which module is ready, we can send RSSI and battery and stuff like that. Now, one thing is I don't have a lot of error commands in here. I observed one error happening where the base station tried to cancel, what was it? It was like cancel the connection when nothing had been connected, and it sent an error. And then another one was where it tried to set the wrong device to do something, and an error was triggered as well. I don't know why it's doing that, but hey, I don't know why it would ever do that. So yeah, this is how we add, we let the base station add a timer to everything. A lot of these commands assume that a signal's been received and is sitting in my variables that describe the packet that we just got. So input buffer, as well as packet type, packet length, packet class, and then the other one is packet ID. So all that stuff comes in. Oh, our device 1. That's not used anymore. Hold on, let's do a quick search to see. We got it right there. It shouldn't be in any of this code. Oh, really? There. Yeah, I can get rid of that, I think. Oh god, there's so much code here, guys. Yeah, it's not anywhere in here. This is the old thing. Discovery, I don't think we're using that. I'll leave it in. I don't think we're using it anymore though. Because when we trigger discovery, we start a timer. So that the timing, the active timer register takes over for that variable. I don't think we need this. We also have an output buffer that we're using in order to create the packets that we're sending out. I very simply lay out how the packet goes together, and then if we compare that to the documentation, all the numbers line up properly, and that's how we're doing it. It simplified the process of me coding what was in a PDF. So anyway, those are the timing things. That's all the timing functions. We go into setup and loop. an embarrassingly small amount of code here, which is important because your loop should look really like simple, right? Because this just runs over and over again, and it just describes the major players in what's going on here. Work Wi-Fi tries to block Twitch, but if I open the stream on data, I can turn on Wi-Fi and hand the stream to the Wi-Fi. That's hilarious. That's so. Did the IT person thought they were being clever and they like blocked the like initial like whatever your browser initially loads for the landing page? That's hilarious. So they didn't do anything more complicated than that. It's pretty funny. And you choose to use this knowledge to watch me. What is wrong with you? All right, nobody watches me. Why would you do that? It's weird and dumb. All right, so here, void setup. We're setting up all of our stuff, right? So serial begin 1152. That's the USB port on the thing. Serial to begin. Sorry, serial regular. That's just regular old serial, nothing crazy. That's what I'm using for all the printouts. Serial 2, that is the second serial port on the module, so I can use the built-in serial stuff in order to handle this, which means I have a buffer, which means that we can receive these packets while we're doing something else, and we get around to it. That's when we can scan the buffer to see whether or not stuff is going on. And I think if you do software serial, it does that anyway too. But anyway, this 115200 is not slow, so we need... this helps. Using the hardware helps. And the Teensy 3.2 is an absolute fucking monster when it comes to like doing a lot of serial stuff. Now I tried with the sniffer, I tried to have 3 active serial ports at 115200. Didn't really work out. Either it's my software handling it and maybe I needed to do something more complicated, but I wasn't able to sniff on 2 TXs at the same time. I could probably do that with a diode. Just you know, flip the triode. No, if I put a diode in there, I can isolate one line from the other and have them both interacting at a node, and maybe that would help. Or 2 diodes, I don't know. But I didn't get around to doing that. So when I have like a scan of what's going on in the serial, I'll have an RX scan and a TX scan. But because of the asynchronous nature of the signals coming in, they don't line up exactly. I can't just take timings from those and just shuffle them together like like 2 decks of cards. I can't do that. I actually have to look at the signals and look at the replies as 2 separate entities that sort of get shuffled together. So there's a bit of confusion with that in what exactly was going on. And I think some of my serial logs that I've shared are not accurate just because of that asynchronous nature of the commands. All right. So 2 serial ports, report to the user, serial started. We start our event timer, and then I say timers is started. I don't really need to say that anymore. We could just lump all of that in. Usually at the end of setup, I like to have some kind of an indicator that setup has gotten to the end. Because sometimes if there's an error in setup, it's very frustrating to troubleshoot. So I usually, like, if there's like a built-in LED, which most Arduino platforms have, I would illuminate the built-in LED or have it flash twice or do something like that, just to give you an indicator that your program is started running. So anyway, I have a serial printout that just does that because we're mostly monitoring serial in this program. Then our loop, our embarrassingly simplistic loop. And that's how it should be. This is a comforting thing to me. So what we're doing is we are ticking up the timer, and that's going to do all of the various events, as well as all of the like the RSSI time, all the events that I need to happen in time happen then. So timer ticks up, all the timer stuff happens, and then we move on. So when we move on, we get a packet, and get packet is in the RX engine over here. This is a big switch case that does all of the stuff depending on what the packet is. But up top, we have our receive function. Do we? Wait a minute. Where did I put it? I think it's just in functions. That shouldn't be in there. That should be in the RX engine. All right, whatever. Where's my receive? I think it's all the way at the bottom of this. That's the button scan. That's adding an event. Print the packet. Here we go. Loading and unloading a packet. That's not part of the RX engine. The RX engine needs to have its own section. So, block DNS and not IP. Huh. So in order to get a packet, we see whether or not serial is available. I forget exactly what that does in the Arduino. I think it just means that the buffer has stuff in it. So it got a packet remotely, and we can see what that packet is. So serial to read, we're punching into a byte. So we're reading the first byte in the packet. And I don't know how the Arduino organizes that, but it's able to. So if that first byte is a 20 or an A0, no other packet is relevant if that comes in like that. And I don't know why this is so clean, because sometimes we just get like noise. But if we have a byte that represents a 20 or an A0, we know it's a good packet. And this works, by the way. We've been using this for quite some time now. What it does is it will read the bytes. It'll read 3 of the bytes from serial 2 and put it into the input buffer. So we're using the input buffer for multiple things. What this is doing is then loading up the TY, the LE, the CL, and the ID. These are the properties, what describe the packet in accordance with the Scilab's API, this wonderful, horrible document right here. So what this is 0 to 3 are the ID of the message. So we have the command, it's either command or a response, so 20 or A0. The payload length, this is a very important property. The message class and ID, this is just how Scilab's organizes stuff. And then we have things like the handle and other stuff. Other stuff that it wants to communicate. Sorry, that was a burp. I have been low food and fasting intermittently for the past couple days, and I just had a hamburger. So my glucose levels are a hell of a lot more controllable, to be honest, with less food intake. And if I don't do this, I am gonna die of like fucking congestive heart failure. So I gotta lose weight. I'm on the path. All right. So anyway, so we get all this stuff and we load it up into our variables, and then everything else, depending on what that length says, we load into the input buffer. So now we're all locked and loaded and ready to actually do something with this packet, right? So once we've loaded up a packet, let's go back to our main loop. We then ask packet. So we assess, why is everybody giggling? We assess the packet, and that is our receive engine. So our receive engine assess the packet. We're going to load up everything into what I'm calling the CLID. The CLID is the CL and the ID just bunched together, and then I can use that to just throw it into the gauntlet. So we throw that into the gauntlet, and for some reason I got to declare these up here. Apparently in a switch case, you don't really have local variables. Like, I thought I would have to keep declaring the handle and the command like that. I thought I'd have to keep declaring it as I went down. But unfortunately, like, for some reason you declare it at the beginning of the switch case, because apparently, I guess the cases aren't treated like they're their own for loops, right? They're like, it's one big mash of stuff. So if you've got a lot of like random variables, yeah, people love that their symbol jokes about not hearing and not seeing. Some people are like, I have you on as a podcast, and they're like a no audio person. Anyway, so this whole thing, the CLID is then thrown into the gauntlet, and this is not a small achievement thing going on. Look at this thing. It probably would have been good for me to put some of this stuff into functions just to clean it up, because then it would be like function, and then elsewhere I'd have a big dump of functions. A big dumpy of functions. But anyway, these operate on mostly global variables in order to set statuses and stuff. So for instance, if we get a command system reset, we can reset the statuses of the of those registers that I have. So in addition to those registers, since they're 8-bit, Jesus Christ. All right, so they're 8-bit variables, and in order to reset them, some of the bits aren't used. So there's a specific number, a hexadecimal number that I use in order to reset them. So instead of remembering what that is, I have it as a variable. It's in the settings, it's a constant, so it's just the compiler is just gonna throw it in there. But man, I've gone back and forth on functions in huge switch cases. It's ugly, but it's sometimes better to keep it a monolith. Well, I think a lot of the stuff is a lot of the things in programming is how are you telling this story? it's funny to think of programmers as storytellers, but that's what it is. You're telling a story, so how do you want to organize your story? And in my case, the things that these cases are doing are varied enough that they're telling a story in relation to the datasheet. So if I open up the datasheet, it'll say, this needs to do this, here's what the packet looks like, here's what the response is, and here's what the events are triggered, or what events are triggered in what scenarios. And so that's how I've organized this, so you can go through it as sort of a progression of events. So I guess it's all right, but one endless single line with no punctuation. That's essentially what the compiler is turning it into. Okay, so serial print line. You just wanted to mention that song. That's poison. That's mental poison. Now it's in my head. All right. That was like a real shoehorned comment. All right. Command system reset. So this is going to reset the statuses of everything. Everything goes back to 0, and all those parameters need to be set again. So if anybody, well, I just got a Nintendo song stuck in my head, like pretty much intentionally to push that thing out. So then we have an event, and the event is EVT system boot 000C. Well, what is that? What is that? Well, when the event engine damn it, I forgot the it's another term that just left my head. Performs, not initiates, because it's not initiating. When it does the thing. Damn it, I don't remember language words. Anyway, it does a thing. 000C invoked. No, it's not an invocation. It's the other thing does something based on a command. I had a word for it. It's gone. Instantiates. Maybe that's close, but anyway, when this does the thing, what happens is we pass a command into it. So the commands are stored in that array, and they're just ticked up, right? And so when that command is performed by the code, it goes into another switch case. This is the best way that I've figured out to do this stuff. And so 000C. Well, the first part of the command is a handle. And not all the commands use handles. Only like 90% of them do. All the commands but like one. One of them doesn't use that. So the one that doesn't use the handle is the one that we're performing right now. That's 000C. The high byte is the handle, and the low byte is the command. And the commands are set by me. I'm gonna time you out if you keep insisting on being a pill with that song. All right. So the command's just like a UN8T, right? So the UN8T, if we get to C 789 C ABC EVT system boot. Now that is directly. I actually had to make this into something else, but see, as a moderator, these people listen to you. So, all right, EVT system boot. So EVT system boot is initiated, and then we do a serial print, and then we get out of this loop. So that's how the event engine works. It's actually very simple. It's usually like one command is issued, and it's given a handle, and that's used to build the packet. So when we do an event system boot, we don't need the handle. So it's just a void. So EVT system boot, I've put it right up at the front here. We make the output part of the packet using the output buffer as our canvas. So we throw up all of these bytes onto it in order to start creating our packet. Now, EVT system boot, we'd always see the same stuff come out of it. This is just an example. I decided to build this using the same steps as everything else, just to sort of do it that way. I don't have to. The system boot reply is always the same packet, but whatever, we'll build it on the fly. So build the beginning parts of the packet. Ooh, excuse me, man, burping. And then we iterate through a fixed portion of the packet in order to build that all up in the output buffer. And then, well, here's our first error. We send the output buffer. So the output, all this stuff is exactly catered to how this API works. So when we send the output buffer, what happens is my send program basically looks for that byte and that length, and then there it goes. It just sends all that out the serial buffer. And that works. We've gotten replies, and we've fooled this mostly into working properly. So here I have actually generating all of the packets, and depending on the handle, it'll give a different address and stuff, which, by the way, using types would really clean this up. If I did, you know, like device1 dot ID or something like that, then this would be a lot simpler. This would be a lot easier. Easier to look at, essentially, but I don't have a huge grasp on typing, so I'm doing it this way. I'm just iterating through and having if statements that are just sitting in line with everything. It's 101 level coding, but it's where we are. So anyway, going through that, and we're making the packets, we're doing everything we need to do. We're sending it on every one of these, which is what I'm checking over right now. Did I actually finish MTU exchanged? Let's see, because I think I need another. I think I need something else in MTU exchange. That doesn't look completed. Let's check. F. This is what I've been doing all weekend, by the way. Yeah, that is the end of it. Okay, good. So yeah, basically what I do is I look up a command and then make my function here build the output buffer appropriately. So MTU exchanged A039, A039, 0, and then the connection handle and the MTU. So 0, 0, connection handle, which is passed into the program, and then it makes the MTU based on which handle we're passing it. And then we send it, which is something that I forgot to do in a lot of these. Send. All right, so that sorts. We would have had an immediate error in our program. It wouldn't have sent the packet, and I would have been like scratching my ass wondering what the hell's going on here. All right, so EVT update updates the stack. Sometimes we need to send a packet immediately. That's why I have these functions here. Up here, hold on, no, that's print packet. That's the butt scan. Ready check. These are the ones that check whether or not the ready statuses should be set. That's here at the top of RX engine. Because sometimes we don't want to delay. We want to immediately respond. So that's why I have the success sender, which just takes whatever's in these variables, sends it back as a success code. Wait, why did I make it like that? Huh? Send success, and then I give it... I guess I'm making it a little bit more verbose. Yeah, I made it a little bit more verbose by doing that. Geez, I could have just printed it, like had a couple print statements in there. I don't know why I did it like that. Why am I taking the time to build a variable when I could just print it out? Yeah, I'm making this a little bit more agile. So it'd be O2X, and it would be back at CL, and then we do it again for the ID, and that'll just make it, it'll just look like it. There. And then we don't need to declare, we don't need to allocate memory or anything to a packet. Okay, so, all of these functions here, huh? I'm doing it again. Give me this. Give me this code. No, stop it. No, what are you doing? Okay. There we go. CL and ID. And I don't want a space on that. You two, you betray me. Everybody like me. I'm Tommy Wiseau. All right, CL ID like that. Packet CL, packet ID. No need to allocate a 16-bit memory address for that. Okay. Now here it is necessary because we're going to be running that through a bunch of stuff. So it's just with the serial prints, I can just initiate another serial print. That's fine. Okay, moving on. Let's check to see if this thing compiles. You guys have a pretty good sense of what's going on here. Let's see. In the loop, basically we check the state of the module to see whether or not it's done. We check to see whether or not our modules are ready, and if they are, we put the MTU exchange into the stack, and then we scan our butts to see whether or not our butts have changed at all. If there is a button change, as in comparing it to what the new state of the buttons, old state of the buttons, and if that changes, then we immediately send a packet that represents that button change. I have a timer built in so that when we send MTU exchanged and everything is up and ready to go, MTU exchanged is not the end of it. Oh, that's right. Okay, so I have timers that are built into the basically what happens is the base station will say, hey, I need to set up this characteristic value exchange. And then the module or the remote module goes, yeah, all right. And then things like button presses are recognized. So when we get to that point, that's when I initiate some timers that will then do that. It'll start sending a button every second. We'll have to take that code out when I get to the point where we combine the LIN-bus stuff with this. But right now, this is like over 1,000 lines of code. I've meticulously put this together. There will be mistakes in it, but we're going to see whether or not it runs. So first of all, the check button. Let's see if we can get to the end of this thing. Come on, baby. Come on. Come on. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, yeah. It worked. It worked. All right. So here's the deal. I'm going to unplug this guy. I'm going to plug him back in. We're going to load this thing up. Let's see if it works. Let's see if it does work. We need to do work. Upload my code, compadre. Hey, muchacho. Put my code up into there. There it is. There it is. Open the serial monitor. Serial started. No gamble needed because I made sure that it compiled last night, so it wouldn't have been much of a gamble if I had ruined like one semicolon or something between now and then. But it took a couple tries for me to get it to compile. There were a couple weird errors that I had to resolve, and then I discovered that some of my my methodology for some of my loops was no. It was really bad. I need to get a haircut. All right, anyway. I'm going to turn on the base station. For shits and giggles, sharts and gargles, we can take a look at the serial running around things over here. There's going to be some major fundamental error in what I've coded. This is probably one of the most complicated pieces of software that I've put together. Burn the subs is kind of on this level, but it's a little different because Burn the subs is multiple different things working in concert. Whereas this is like one module that I'm trying to get running. So I don't know what's going to happen here. And we might need to tweak the event timer or something to work. I really hope that my logic around the timers is sound. But let's go. Ready? Here we go. Let's see how far into the process we get. Nothing works. Oh. Ah! Yeah, that didn't work. That didn't work. All right. Well, the base station seems to be having fun with it. All right, turn it off. All right, so what happened? We received a command system reset. We set off a system boot. And then we just kept doing it like a psycho. Okay. We didn't even receive another command. It just psychotically sent the event system boot packet over and over again. What happened? All right, so how did that happen? Timer active 3, timer every response time, check EVT, right? Check events running every single time. So we go to the transmit engine. Or no, sorry, we go to the timing functions. And we have check EVT runs EVT check. Well, we should have guessed. Let's set a timer. That's that. Check event is probably here. EVT check. That's to add an event. EVT update. Wow, these event things are spread out. All right, where's EVT check? Where'd I put it? Oh, that's this whole thing. Wait a minute. Oh, I'm running the wrong thing. No, that's the right thing. We check the event when that timer expires. We go all the way down, and when we do the thing, right? So this thing is doing 0C over and over again, right? 0C runs over and over again. So it does this. Break. Is this running? EVT update. Because we break our switch, so it should jump us out into here and then go to event update. So when we event update, EVT update, I think that's maybe over here. Yeah, EVT update. For I is equal to 0, I is less than or equal to the stack size, so all the way up to the end of the stack. We iterate positively through. J is I plus 1. So we're taking the next entry, or moving it back. So we take the next entry. If I is less than or equal to the event stack size, which is 9. Yeah, it's 9. So that's 0 to 9, which is 10 entries. It's running through. If I is less than or equal to the stack size, then our event stack location I is replaced with whatever's in the event stack location J, which should be 0. And then our stack of I is equal to 0. Oh, are we not clearing after? No, we don't. Ah, yeah. We need to clear the command. We need to clear the command. No, because we're making it here. EVT stack. So the EVT stack is moving it over, but if it's run multiple times, yeah, we need to set EVT stack is equal to 0. EVT stack of 0 is set to 0 of ohm. I keep making that joke. I don't know if people understand the Monty Python Knacker Thrasher. We need to do this when we initiate the command. So when we reply, we need to make sure that we're not going to keep replying because my loop is running a lot and I didn't set anything to stop it from performing that command. There it is. Simple as. I don't know if I'm saying that properly. Yeah, all these things need the same thing. When they perform a task, they need to unperform their task. Stop performing your task. Stop it. You're embarrassing us. Oh my God. How many of these are there? 10,000 tasks. 1,000,000 bazillion tasks. Boot camp? I don't know about that. Is that what you guys call this? So the answer is no. I can't program my way out of a wet paper bag. I probably should have included like simulator setup in the title and stuff, but I don't know. I figured today would be kind of grueling. Save. Try again. No, I don't want it to... What if I... No, because if nothing is performed, I would be overwriting. I mean, I guess I could. But if it's already 0, I don't want to... I don't know. Overwrite the variable again. I guess it doesn't matter. I probably could do it right before we advance the stack. The problem is... No, but wait a minute. No. That would mean every time we check, we set it to 0. I guess that would be okay. Yeah, I guess that would be fine. If it's done every single time one of these is performed, and there's no exception clause to that, then yeah, that's a task that probably could be done universally after we've scanned to see if there's a response. Yeah, that would probably be a better idea. Oh well, could have saved us 5 minutes of me control Ving. But you know, hey, it's not overwriting the variable every single time it's run, for whatever it's worth. All right, try again. Beep boop beep. God fucking damn it! Why? No, you stop. You stop running it over and over again. What the hell, man? How did that not work? Why would it just do it over and over and over again, sending back the booted thing? That doesn't make any sense. EVT stack of 0 is a 16-bit integer, and we're throwing 0 into it. And if it's 0, we don't do anything. So how is it able to keep doing that over and over again? I'm thinking about the other problem while I just do the typing right now. Because there's definitely something else is going on. If we're constantly entering it into the stack, maybe, because we received that command, we enter it into the stack, and then why does it break after that? For some reason, it's just breaking it. No, CMD is declared every time this loop is run. Event check is run, we make the handle and command, and we make it based on the event stack. So if we set that to 0, that will then make the handle and the command into 0 and not 0x0c. So if I overwrite it, that should do it. EVT stack of 0 is equal to 0x0000. EVT stack of 0. And then we update the event. I feel like this isn't running for some reason. But I don't know where it would be running into a return. Because if we run event system boot, we run this, and then we're out of here. We're done. EVT update. Yeah, let's look at that. I don't see why it wouldn't be, because like every 25 milliseconds is what I have it sent to. We're sending the same command over and over again. I don't see why the other one would be breaking, but let's take a look at EVT update. I is equal to 0. I is less than or equal to the EVT stack size, which is a fixed variable. It's a constant U&8T of 9. I++. J is equal to I plus 1. As we go from 0 to 9, if I is less than 9, we make location I is equal to location J. So we move it over. If it is equal, which is the else, stack of I is equal to 0. We'll just put that in hex just to be nice. I mean, that could not be simpler. That couldn't be simpler. We're just iterating it. We just move it all over. That's all we do. We move it over. And if there's a 0, it doesn't do anything. If there's an event, it does the event. Yeah, I don't understand why it's running over and over again. Well, yeah, theoretically, I was just making sure. I was just making sure it was set to 0. Because I think, like, EVT update is only going to be run when the command event happens, and that's going to be every 20 milliseconds. Yeah, there's nowhere... No, you're right. You're right. You know, you're right, but we still have an error. That's the... Oh, that's the fun part. What the hell? Why is it doing this over and over again? Get packet, ask the packet. We ask the packet. We go into here. We go to event system boot. Yeah, that's what I'm looking at. Yeah, let's look at that right now. Command system reset. We set our statuses to nothing. We EVT add 000C, right? So EVT add. EVT add. EVT add? Where is that? Where's my event adder? EVT add. It's like right down here. I should put all the event commands together. This is just the mess of programming for an entire weekend had me scrambled. EVT add uint16t CMD. So CMD is a 16-bit integer, 4 bytes. I is equal to 0. For I, the event stack of I is, as long as it's greater than 0. Oh, wait a minute. Greater than 0, I plus plus. If I is greater than the event stack size, which is 9, we print an error. But, okay, so if I is greater than the event stack size, so I is, hold on, wait a minute. I is equal to the event stack, I plus plus. So this starts at 0. And if 0 is greater than the event stack size, we return with an error. Otherwise, we're looking to see that the value in the table is greater than 0, and we move on to the next one. If it is equal to 0, we break out of the loop, and then the command goes into that location. That's the important part, is that we break out of the loop. The for loop ends when there's a 0. But if our I is greater than the size of the event stack, we throw an error. That should work, right? I starts at 0. We initialize it there. We have a command that we're ready to put into the stack. We iterate through from I is equal to 0 until we hit a zeroed entry. And then we enter it. I'm not a fan of the way it's written. Why don't you write your own code then? It is a little confusing, but I don't know. It's just how I was thinking at the time. So we're basically just iterating through the loop. We're looking for a 0, and then we have an error state in case the stack fills up. And the stack's clearly not filling up because we're sending the same signal over and over and over and over again. It feels like the loop isn't iterating, and I don't know why. Because like this seems to have worked. So we could inject a print somewhere into this so that we can see stuff that's going on and maybe zero in on where the error is. Because I don't see why there's an error. I don't understand. I do not understand why there's an error. Switch command. Event stack. Our command, which has been broken down into a high byte and a low byte. And we're even initiating the appropriate command. We are doing 0x0c, which will trigger event system boot. No, it would print that we received the thing. Let's check to make sure that I'm clearing the clear packet. What does clear packet look like? That's not on this page. Whoa, what just happened? Hold on. Okay, I just deleted a line by accident. Clear packet. Just sets those to 0, which will ostensibly have nothing happen. Reruns of this loop, 0, 0 is a break. This one, 0, 0 is a break. That's a break condition. Chat, I don't know what the fuck is going on with my code. It feels like we're not getting past... I mean, unless these are running every time, they might be. Serial print line, print F percent. Oh no, I don't. Yeah, percent O2X. That's in quotes. And then what am I printing? I'm printing the beep bop boop bop. Oh no, event stack is a thing. We got to iterate through and print it. Yeah. So let's instead, we're going to print from 0 to 9, and that would be EVT stack size. No, I'm getting major heartburn from that burger. Burger was a bad choice. Here we go. Int I is equal to 0. I is less than or equal to. Hello? Equal to. Stack size. I plus plus. Print a space. It'll irritatingly be kind of offset, but whatever. Print F. ET stack of I. And then those are, in quotes, percent O4X. That. Got a funny feeling it might be the way you modify EVT stack. In C or C++, doing something X equals something Y doesn't always do what you'd expect. That's odd. Yeah, I don't know. I've never run into that before. All right, let's just see what that looks like. Oh, I didn't put a print line at the end of it. Oh, that's going to be a total mess. Hold on. I got to put that in there. Oh, no, not at the end of that. Just to be clean. All right. Pointers versus data, etc. Usually pretty good, though. I don't know. Let's just see what happens. Upload that. Yeah, because I don't get why it's erroring. I don't understand. Stream over. No. Ah! Oh, yeah, I forgot that it runs every loop, by the way, chat. Well, that'll be a rolling indicator. FC. But it's writing it in every entry. Wait, it's starting in one end and going to the other one, but it's overwriting everything with okay. Well, there's your problem. You got FC rolling across this thing. I'm going to turn this off. Why is it rolling like that? It starts at 0. Why is our entry... And why are we getting an F? That's the wrong one. Over here. F doesn't exist. It's not a thing. Am I going in the wrong direction? FC. Why would it do that? Do anything to the input buffer as you set event stack. We're not clearing the input buffer, but we're clearing the command that would initiate anything doing with the input buffer. Because we send stuff, maybe we should clear the input buffer after we send anything. We build the input buffer and then we pass that entire buffer into the command. I don't think so. Hold on. Event stack is its own thing, right? Event stack 10. And then when we see when we print the when we send packet, we're putting our own we're putting an entire byte array. Wait a minute. Is that not that's not a large enough thing? Aha. No, wait a minute. Yes, it is. That's fine. That works. Yeah, that's fine. That's the way that works. But we are passing in our own thing. We have our own thing that gets passed in. In the case of all the functions that I wrote, we're passing in the input buffer. But the input buffer just gets overwritten and it doesn't matter if it's cleared or not. Because we're going to write it before sending it every single time. So when we EVT update, I is equal to 0, I plus 1, 0, 1, 1, 2, 2, 3, 3, 4, etc., etc., etc. Oh. Yeah. Because when it equals the stack size, we put the 0 in. We were overwriting. I think maybe that's what it was. That one equals sign might clear everything out. I don't know why it was propagating through and not clearing as it propagated, though. That doesn't totally explain why everything was going psycho. Oh, except that maybe... I got it. I think I know what it is. So it started at the first entry. No, it should have been overwritten by a 0. I thought it would start at the first entry, and then it would find an open entry, and it was the next one, and the next one, and the next one. J, if I was using J, but I'm not. Wait, no, that doesn't make any sense. What are you talking about? No, that does. Whatever, it doesn't matter. Yeah, it was going over and getting something that was next to the array and just doing weird shit. All right, let's see if that works now. God, this is such a complicated program, and I just got fucking hamstringed by an equal sign. Welcome to C coding. You're gonna hate it here. All right, let's try. You're a buffer overflow. We'll have to get rid of this serial print in a second here, but... Well, now I don't know what the fuck's going on because our loops are doing a bunch of stuff. If we saw it, it probably flew by the screen at 1 billion miles an hour. So let's get this out of here. Setup loop here. Try that again. I'm glad I don't know, turning this thing on and off constantly is probably putting a little bit of wear and tear on my system. Hello? Why did it go away? Oh, whoops. Try again. I was like, it just flew up. I'm old school. I don't use breakpoints. It's because I'm smart. All right, turn this thing on. Bop. All right? We're not building the serial commands properly. It didn't like what it got. I need to print out the packet. So print packet is a function that I have already. We might need to rewrite it a little bit because print packet prints what we received. So I think we need to print whatever we're going to send out. Well, we fixed one error. We're going to find a billion of these little errors. We are making this packet send output buffer. I guess I need to pass the buffer into the packet. Print packet works in a totally different way. Let's just make our own, I guess. It's basically, we need to do the same thing as send, only we're going to do serial prints. So send packet is unscan, module 2, battery timer, ready check, module state check. "25 milliseconds might be a little too fast. I don't know. Well, whatever. We'll get there. Send. Where the hell is send? That would be. That's not the right one. Print packet. Print. We'll do void. Print output. And then we're going to pass into it byte, whatever, brackets. So we do it would be serial.print F. Actually, we'll start with TX packet. No space. We don't need a space there. TX packet and then serial print F. We're gonna have a couple of these. Print F %20 x 2x. Ugh, that would have been a bad one. And then this would be whatever of 0. And we're going to do that for the first 4, except we're going to take byte. Oh, the uint8t. uint8t. I'm more comfortable looking at that. That would be our len is equal to whatever of 1, actually. So printf whatever of 0. I mean, we could make that a loop, or I could just do it 4 times. I'm going to do it 4 times. For int I is equal to 0. I is less than. That is counting. Does it count 0 or not? Payload length is 3. 0, 1, 2. Yeah, so it's a length. So we're going to do less than. Less than len. A++. We're going to do serial.print. Oh, we need spaces in here too. Just so we know what's going on. It's a little sloppy. Whatever. You guys can live with it. print nothing. And then serial, oops, prints F percent 2x whatever of I. Okay, so what that'll do, that'll print out our packet if we call upon print output. So whatever is passed into it. So we have to pass the output buffer into that. The output buffer contains an entire packet, not just the beginnings of it, or not just the payload. The input buffer just contains the payload. The output buffer contains the whole packet. So that'll print out the whole packet. TX packet, no space, hex, 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 space, double space. Get rid of this. Space, blah, 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 blah. And then it's done. And then when it's done, it does serial print line. Okay. Oh, yeah, we need to start it at 4. Whatever. Okay, so it starts at 4 and it goes until, yeah. All right. What were we doing again? Oh yeah, we wanted to look at the whatever packet we're sending back. So serial. No. Yeah. Okay, there's that. I'm gonna have to get a glass of water soon. I have nuclear fire in my belly right now from cheating on my diet. Body gets very sensitive to like grease and stuff. Yeah, the IDE in this case is chat. They are throwing an error. All right, upload that. Let's take a look at what our packet looks like that we're trying to send. There might be some faults in my. Damn it. Huh? Print output. Maybe because it's in here and not ahead of it. Not declared in this scope, huh? So I need to put it with SNED? But that's here. Braces are okay. Print out. Out. Chat, shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up, chat. Shut up. You guys are dumb. Shut up. Let me figure out my own problems. Stop it. That's so irritating that I can't even explain to you how irritating that is. I wasn't looking at you the whole time, but... No, it's not lol K. It's don't fucking do it. I'm shaming you right now, and I'm making you feel bad. All right, let's see what happens. That's legit. That's what it should be receiving. Maybe we need more of a delay. Because yeah, it's not listening to that. Let's just check to see what the packet should look like. I got a Notepad++ document. So, that's gap scan response. Gap scan response. Go up here. System boot. Ah, yeah. Something's wrong with our packet. I signed it wrong. Huh, it's like the wrong packet. Okay. All right, so let's fix that. So it's actually 2012-1. I think I'm sending the wrong end to the packet or whatever. 201210, and then we need this. I'll have to double check that it's got all the stuff in it. Wait a minute. What do we stop with? Well, huh? A00. Yeah, so those versioning numbers and stuff are a little different. And it ends with a F9, not a D6. There's the D6. 79, 6B. God, these are such weird, junky commands. Okay, so we don't do that. Instead, we do this. And there's our 12 bytes. Let's just overwrite this whole thing. And I just need to declare these as hexes. I put a spell on you. Damn it. What does it mean if you got 00x and then a number? I know 0x is hex. What's 1x? What does it even mean? And we got commas. So that's why the base station wasn't replying. It wasn't getting the signal that I thought it was getting. My concern is whether or not we're actually iterating through this thing properly and sending the right amount of data. We'll have to count these. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. So that is 17 entries. So we should be iterating through the whole thing, but it didn't do it here. You know, we didn't get this whole thing. We got only up to a point. 17, 18, 19, 20, 21 plus 4, right? Maybe it needs to be 22. Because if we do I minus 4, 21, 20, 19, 18, that's one extra. Wait a minute. So it should actually be 20. And we start from 4. Did we not print the whole thing? Well, we printed 12, and the packet's actually longer than that. It technically says 12, and we received, when we were sniffing in on the line, it said it was 12, but then it sent all this extra data. So I don't know what's going on with that. What's up, Twitcher360? Yeah, it is. It is, indeed. I got a lot of junk in the shop lately, and I need to finish projects in order to get that stuff out of there. We got to work on my buddy's keys. Maybe we'll do that on Thursday if I'm too defeated by this software. The length doesn't match to what's actually sent in the real system, but I guess it doesn't matter. Our printer does, however, truncate it. But now we're sending the right thing. I don't even think we need the printer anymore. Oh, it's hexadecimal 12. I keep forgetting that. Thank you, Phil. Yeah, hex to decimal converter has a nice little tenure on my my tabs here. We do from hex to dec 18, which, yeah, that's the length. Okay. Is our program going to use 18, or is it using it as just a number? It should use it. No, even if it uses it as a number, it should be, in spite of it being in hex, it should still work just fine, right? I don't know why our printer stops, though, and that could affect some stuff if we have troubles with that. If our lengths go up into the weird part of the thingy-majig. Where was our printer again? That was in right here. It is int. We're storing it as int. That doesn't matter, though. I++ should still advance it based on... Oh, yeah, 18. Oh, wait, that says 17. Where's our 18th entry? 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. There's 2 bytes missing from this. Because I guess the arrays are smaller or something. I don't know what to set them as either. Because we didn't get it from the scan. 12. So that would be 1 or 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18 missing. We got by it last time. We had this functioning just fine before. So the answer to the question of today is, can I program my way out of a paper bag? And the answer is no. The answer is no. And it may surprise you. Cool. Well, I'm just gonna run it and see if it accepts it. Just gonna, even though it's broken, I'm just gonna put it in and see what happens. We're still gonna print the output. We'll see if we get past that particular location. Because it worked before, and I didn't really change all that much. Well, it didn't like it. It didn't like it. It almost liked it, but it didn't like it in the end. Reset boot, reset boot, reset boot. Let's open up the old program and see what we were sending. So that packet is what we're sending. This packet is what we received in one of the scans. We're not. Why aren't we sending the last? I is equal to 4. I is less than or equal to 20. I need to make it 24, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21. If I made it 21, that's just for printing it, though. Why aren't we sending it? The sender looks at this, and it should see 18 and not 12. 0, or rather 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. So it is using hexadecimal. There's a couple questions in play here, is whether or not we're sending it and whether or not we're printing it. Two different things. What does a sender look like? The sender just takes the length and goes 4 more than the length. So the length is 12. I mean, we can artificially change the length, but it doesn't like it when it does that. So I could, I guess, take over and send the additional bytes. Then it's weird. It's absolutely tiny, actually. I don't have enough room for a shop. This is a very small room. Okay, what the hell? Something weird. And when we manually sent it, here, let's take a look at what we did previously. Open. Cleaner serial handler. This is my rewrite of the rewrite, but it's before I went into the system of having events. We might just need to, like, take over and just send the entire thing. Well, this is what we were sending as an event system boot. We're sending this whole mess. Where do we get that from? Who did this to us? You call my tools small. Mean. Those are mean. Let's see. Where's our transmit log? Transmit log. Oh, that starts at the scan response. This is our big log from the old one. We're looking for... Oh, boy. This would be... The packet would be a 10. Control F. That opened in another window. A012. Really? There's no A012. That's the gap scan response. So where is the... What was this one called? System boot. There's a snake in your boot. This one sends 2012. Oh, yeah. Yeah. So that sends this one. And that's the major release version and stuff. Why didn't it like it? What's up, Syphilid8? Thank you for subbing. Appreciate that. Did we have any other subs? Trade Splatter. I think I already thanked. Right? That was, yeah, that was the I Granite Your Devices. Oh, and then Pyro gifting. That was last stream. That was 3 days ago. So Syphilid8, thank you for the 17 months. I really appreciate it. We're trying to suss out this code right now and figure out what the hell's wrong. So I got a couple different messages for the command system reset, which usually you send a boot and then you continue on your way. It's weird that it sends so many bytes and it just tells it that it's 12. We might have to take over and make it do more. And that means we can't use our send command. We need to send all of this. How do we do it before? We did it the same way. We would pass the byte array into send. I would just take EVT system boot. Print line system boot sent. And we just send the EVT system boot command. We would just pass this whole mofo into our thing and it would work. So what the hell, man? Why did it not work? Why don't you work? Let me find EVT system boot. Maybe we can send this one. It'll be okay with it. It didn't like the other one. EVT system boot. Take these 4, put them into 201210, A01210. Why do we have a 20 and that boot message seems to be 22 minus 4, which is 18, which is the length we need. Yeah, okay. So we'll take this one. We'll start it here. Maybe it didn't have the 2 on it. Yeah, this one has all that data at the end, so. But it's an A0. And it's 22. 18. 21, 20, 19, 18. Maybe it was a cut and paste error. It's weird though because it didn't ask for multiples of the other one. Maybe because we didn't give it the byte that would I see. Yeah, so okay, so here's what happened. Cut and paste error. I had 17 entries when I should have had 18. I had 17 entries when I should have had 18. So what would happen is it would send all those entries and then the base station's waiting for the last one. And we went, oh no, it's the wrong signal. And we found another signal to send. And when we sent that other signal, base station went, that's not what I wanted, reset. And that's why we progressed. That's why we were able to get more to happen. So yeah, now we got that. Less than or equal to 20 Twintington. 22. Equal to 22. No, it's 21 because it's this one's 0 indexed. So it's 21, 20, 19, 18, 17. Entry 17 is the last entry of this 18 sized array. Okay. This might work. Chat, what if it works? What if? We're not going to print the output anymore. Well, actually, we need to see if it's starting early. Stopping early. Yeah, let's do that. Upload. Oh my god. That was complicated. That was complicated, and we're probably gonna have to do that with every single entry. Haha. Haha. Great. Wow, amazing. That's just perfect. So good. That's so good that it just doesn't do anything after that. There might need to be more of a timer behind its reply so that it can actually respond to it. Because I think it's waiting for more stuff, though, because we didn't send the whole thing, it appears. Is this one the 20-0A? Yeah. Or no, this one isn't the right one. Wait. Yeah, it's A0. Okay, sorry. A 0, huh? So how come I received a 20 when system boot from the module? That one sends a 20, and yet the one that we were using successfully is an A0. This one was accepted. Or no, this one was accepted. A0 12102 0A, etc., until we get to 10, which is like here. Why would we stop? Yeah, seems to be, but oh, right. Right, it's not 21, it's in hex. Ah! Son of a bitch. It's 18. 12 in hex is, hold on. 18. So that's correct. 19, 20, 22. I is -4. 21, 20, 19, 18, 17. 17 is the last entry of the 18. Why isn't it printing out? Why isn't it doing it? We go from 4, which is our I, so that goes into the output buffer at the location 4, and it goes to the end, and then we print the output. When we print the output, 4 to length. Length is the whatever entry of I. Length ++. Is it taking this as a decimal and not a hex? How do I make it do that? That doesn't make any sense. It should store it as... It should be fine. It should... maybe a UN8T here. Unsigned, maybe? If I declare I as being that structure type, maybe it'll clean that up and be able to get to the end of it. I is less than the length, which in this case would be 18. 0 to 18. The length is less than that. The length is not 0. I think it's less than or equal to the length. I think our printout is just the problem here. Although our response is probably coming in too quickly. That doesn't make any sense, because we were responding in that amount of time anyway in the previous one, though. So if we're getting whatever entry of 1 as our length, then we're going to get hexadecimal 12. We do 12. We need to do +4? No, because the output buffer is everything. Everything is in the output buffer. We do that. We start at 4, and then we go to the length, less than or equal to length, +4. Now. Okay, so I'm given a variable. That's the length. We're plussing the length. Less than or equal to the length in accordance to the API is... so if we get like a 3, That means there's 3 entries. So it'd be less than length, because when it's equal to length, that's an overrun. So it'd be equal to length, or less than the length. So it'd start at output of 4. I mean, we could have done this for the whole thing, huh? But yeah, I guess we could have done it for everything. We can do that for everything. So I could just start at 0, get rid of these. I'm not treating them any differently, so entry of 1 is equal to the length. 0 to 4. Actually, we don't even need to know that. Yeah, we do. Wait. That entry plus 4 is the length. That's it. Okay. That'll print it. Try the d4 from 1 equals 0 to 1 is less than length, and add the... Damn it! Stop it! Stop it! You just told me what I just did. It is whatever of 1, because that's the API. This is the packet length. Okay, let's try that. It'll print properly now. Boop. Turn it off. I wish I had a reset button on this thing. I have to turn the whole system on and off and on and off. Okay, yeah, now we're printing the whole thing, but it just doesn't accept it. So I think that's a timing issue. That's weird. So we are sending the whole packet. We use every part of the packet, all the way to the 6B. So now we're sending the proper thing, but it don't like it. It's not booting or doing anything or responding at all. That would be a month's worth of project. This has gone on for too long. I'll tell you guys that much. This has gone on for way too long. My hair's all weird today. I slept funny. All right. So if there's no reply, we probably need to send it again. So how do we do that? We can set up a variable that's going to send it again. We could set up a timer that's going to send it again. We basically need to get a response from the base station, and we need to send this periodically until it replies to it. Or we can give it a big delay. We can give it a 2468 by just putting it into the register, or we can slow down our response timing overall. I think what I want to do is slow down the overall response timing. Let's make that 30 milliseconds until we run it again. Well, let's go 35. I don't know how a timer tick resolves itself, but it should be in milliseconds. I mean, like 300 is outright, and we were putting delays in there before. Let's look at the code that we know works. What's happening is we go through and we get a well, we're going to send an EVT boot, right? So if I just search this, there you go. So that's print line. No, that's just if we receive it. There we go. Delay, time response. What's our time response on this one? Oh my god. Okay, there it is. 25. This exact thing worked before, and now it's not working. Why isn't it working? I feel like we've had this problem before. Why would it not work then? I Sending EVT system boot. Let's go back a little further in our code. Which everybody hates my version controlling, which is just to make a new program. All right, so you can never satisfy programmers. They're a bunch of fucking assholes. EVT system boot, same deal, same length. We're looking at how we are sending that. So EVT system boot, 5 game, bop, 24. Yeah, that's just all we did. That's all we ever needed to do, and it would respond to this perfectly fine. So what the hell? What is this? Why is this? Streamer doesn't know about GitHub. Streamer doesn't know. Time response, I'm upping it to 35. I don't know. I feel like our event system timer is going too quickly, and I don't know why. Because it should only trigger at the interval that we set, and the interval that we set is 35 milliseconds in this case. I upped it by 10. Doubling it, I guess I could go to 50. We'll double it and give it a shot. Because there's not a whole hell of a lot that I'm doing differently here. Serial started. What's interesting though is that the module or the base station doesn't send callouts. I think it generally, when you start it up without a module connected, it sends callouts. I don't know if it's expecting something. Stuck again. Stuck again, huh? So the event timer is controlled by that timing library that we installed. That timing library uses milliseconds. And so every umpteen milliseconds, it should be sending this. Sometimes it might need it a couple times, but it's going to basically run check event based on this timer that we set. Timer active number 3, tasks of 3, timer.every, time response, and then the thing to do is to check event. That's just how this library works. And we've had successful timers set up with this thing. I'm going to use the bathroom. You guys think about all the wrongs that you've committed to my code. Maybe it's just your vibe that's been breaking my code, but something ain't working here. And if you guys want to look along with the code, at least from when we started, I've posted it all to the Discord. You can take a look at it if you want. But you know, the immediate backseating gets on my nerves. But if you'd like to look at it, because people request the code all the time. But yeah, you got to be in the Discord for that. Anyway, I'm gonna put up a BRB, and I will BRB, and then we'll think about what's going on. Oh, yeah, I just need to take a piss. I'll be back in just a second. Setup. No, it's not setup. That would be an overlay. The overlay is BRB. Look at that, beautiful. All right, I'll be back in just a sec. I'll just put something up in the background here. All right, I'll be back. All right, I think I know how I'm going to do it. It's not that elegant, and it kind of goes out of the way the program should work. But I need a variable that's going to set... It's going to set that event every single time. It sucks. I got to do it, though. So here, bop. All right. All right, so what is happening? So we need to basically respond properly. This is the right one, BT engine test. What we're going to do is we are going to... where is my system boot? Let's see. They're in a weird order. 907 C. Oops, that's the wrong one. That's soft timer. 0000. Oh yeah, here we go. 101. Command system reset. We reset all this stuff, and then we're gonna do bool. Oh, we don't have to. Yeah, boot is equal to 0, and then we take this away. Wait a minute. There, now it's in the right part. Boot is equal to 0. So over here, we have our first variable. Boot is equal to 0. The command that comes in after boot, what is that? We'll figure that out in a minute. But first, on my timing function, when we check event, no, let's go to EVT check. EVT check, byte stack, switch command case. Maybe put it to 0C. No, I need something to add that. So yeah, it needs to be in here. So this is going to happen every time. If not boot, I don't know if I can do that. Boot is equal to 0. No, that doesn't make any sense. I need 3 states for that if I'm going to do it every single time. Damn it. Boot is equal to 0. How about... No, because then we'll iteratively keep receiving it. We need to have timed events. Boot is equal to 1. Then we send that until we set boot equal to 0. Aha, okay. So if boot, then EVT add C. Oops. We're going to add our event if boot is equal to 1. So when we receive this, boot is equal to 1, the next packet to come in, if we receive something that isn't... how do I do this? I need to unset boot when we receive the next command, I guess, because that's essentially what it does. So I've observed, sorry, I didn't tell anybody what I'm doing. I've observed the base station sending the boot command multiple times. We tried delaying it. It just doesn't like it. In the past, we were able to send our command, our boot response, and it took it just fine. It thought everything was totally great about the way that we were handling the boot event. But apparently now we're sending it the boot event, and it just doesn't know what's going on. Tried delaying it. It didn't work. It could be that maybe there's no lapse in logic in our sender. Our sender works. We pass the entire boot command into the center in the same way that we pass it into the serial print. So my supposition here is that we need to send it multiple times. So I'm setting up a variable that will send it multiple times. So if we invoke this command, boot will be equal to 1, which means we need to periodically send that boot command until it's released. What releases it? Well, it certainly is not, where is it? System reset, and then it does set bondable mode immediately after that. So let's double check that. System boot. Does it reply with something? Let's look up EVT system boot and see what happens here in the API. How do I know to stop? Boot. Command system reset. And then the event is system boot. But there's nothing else happens. That's it. We send back system boot, which is an A0, 12, 1, 0. And that's all the information. Oh god, boot is all over this document. Oh god. Nope. Yeah, there's no response. There's just an event. So how do you know that you need to send it multiple times, you know? That's so weird. I don't understand why you would need to send it multiple times. Command does not have a response, but it triggers one of the boot events, normal, reset, boot, DFU mode, depending on the selected boot mode. So they just say, hey, boot to like normal, do normal reset. We're like, all right, and then we send it this whole mess. So it says, hey, system reset. And then the module goes, system boot. And then it does it again. Only the data is a little different. 110711 0 D1 D6 F9. It's when it sends all the way out to the EB. Why is that a 20? When it's supposed to be an A0. System boot. A0. What the hell? Why? Wait, why? Huh? What did I get in my logs? Why did I get a 20? All right. It was a weird thing. So if we get bondable mode, bonding configuration, any of those commands. So if the status register is anything but 0, we can undo that timer. This is a tough one, chat. Or I could set boot is equal to 0 when we receive a 20 command. Ah, that's getting into parts of the software that I don't want to. I didn't think we needed to do this at all. Man, this is strange. What if I change the command to a 20? What if I just change it to a 20? No, because then it just sends boot again, because it doesn't get something that it likes. But for some reason, when it gets something that it likes, it just stops. And it doesn't do it doesn't try to configure anything. No, it just asks for a normal one. Pretty sure. I mean, I could, DFU mode is like, that's totally different. I mean, it shouldn't be asking for that. Yeah, A0 is an event. When we were sending the 20 command back to it, it was attempting to reset again because it wasn't getting a good reset command. Now it's getting a good reset command, but it just stopped. I've lost the scope of the problem entirely. What's going on is that we are sending it the response, right? We're sending it EVT system boot once. But in practice, it'll send it a couple times. And then the base station just starts working again. So I'm trying to set it up. Hey, I mentioned you earlier, Turbo Nad. You guys follow Turbo Nad. He does some cool streams. I was talking about the sim setup and how cheap the pedals were. I can't believe we're down here in the trenches again doing this, because I spent my entire weekend rewriting this code in order to get it to run properly for stream, so that we didn't have to do all this crap. I just woke up, it's 8:30 p.m. Man, I wish I didn't live with so many people, because I would have one of these weird streamer sleep schedules. I feel like in the morning I have to like rush to the office. That's kind of how it feels nowadays streaming. It's not very freeing. I guess that's okay though. It keeps me in line. I would be a total wreck if I had agency over my own schedule. The gig economy. Da, 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 da. All right. Anyway, so what the hell is going on here? I mean, we're at step 1. My code is extensive and it should be functional. I feel like maybe we're not waiting long enough. But that ticker should just be rolling, right? Chat, I figured it out. If we enter the command, it can almost immediately, it's going to be less than 20 milliseconds before it runs. We need to be more than 20 milliseconds before it runs. Even if we're triggering the thing every 35 milliseconds, it will go in while that entry still has to be, that's what it is. It needs to start, our system entering thing needs to start at 1. I think it's 0C, right? 0, 0. No, I'm not doing delay timers. I mean, maybe in a special case for this. No, here's the problem is that we're waiting less than the timer because we're entering the event at the 0th location of the array. We need to enter it at the 1th location of the array every time. You're a joke. You're a joke. I'm sorry, I didn't mean that. EVT stack of 0. I probably don't need to declare that, but I guess I will. We clear the 0th entry of the stack and then we update the stack. Yeah, it doesn't really matter. But when we EVT update, my event stack update, don't be depressing. Come on. Keep it positive. Toxic positivity around here, all right? If chat's going to be toxic, they might as well be happy and nice. The self-deprecating jokes are, I do them too. You guys are worthwhile, except for one of you, but I won't name that person. They're just a waste of human endeavor, but where's my update? See, that person just made me forget how to find excited, I know. I is equal to 1. I is equal to 1. That way, we're adding it in the 1th entry. The 0th entry has less than our timer to expire, and then this will be our timer plus minus, well, plus whatever random number is left over. Well, thanks. It's me. No! Yeah. Okay. That's it. That's the solution. So upload that and then watch it work. Or not. Watch it not work. I can't believe we're on like step 1 and I've already gotten through this. That's why I made the big extensive program to do this. This is a lot of coding on my part. I put love in this. This has all the special sauce. All right, let's turn this on. Please. 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 Fuck. Why? Either there's something that it doesn't like, or I don't know. I can look at it on the oscilloscope and see if we're missing anything, but that's not the issue, because all of my methodologies work. That's a good fix, though. No, it's not, because it didn't do goddamn anything. It didn't do shit. Son of a bitch. What I don't understand is our serial print is going to get the number 12, and that's going to make it 16. 13, 14, 15, 16. So it's not going to print the whole thing, is it? 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Well, it's 13, 14, 15, 16. So 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. Oh, yeah, it's 18. That's right. I'm sorry. It's in hex. It's in hex. And our program, this one responds to it with hex. Our printer knows it's a byte array and adds 4 to it. That should be fine. And it's been fine. It's been able to print everything. So it's probably printing it just fine. So do we need to put in the booleans in order to make it go multiple times? If boot is equal to 1, it could add the event again. Or let's just add it twice. Look at how clever I am, chat. I'm just going to add it twice because we can do that because it'll find the entry. I knew I did this for a reason, I think. Maybe. I make code. Code makes smart. Yeah, it's a queue. We can just spam it. Exactly. How about da? Where the hell are we? Oh yeah, receive engine. Bop, 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 bop. You get it twice. Okay. Serial monitor. Serial started. I'm gonna reset the thing. I really wish I had like a. I probably should have installed a reset button for the microcontroller because turning this thing on and off again like this, every time I do it, I wince a little bit. Should have thousands of cycles that it can do. You little bastard. You little bastard. The queue works. Queue works. Yeah, the print should be working properly. We'll check it over in a minute. But I'm now just gonna mash the button. These don't feel like they're coming in at 35 milliseconds. There could be something wrong with the packet, but remember that we had this working in the past. And I'm using the same functions. Right? Like I didn't change the fundamental operation of the serial handling. All I'm doing is triggering the writes at a different way. That seems way too fast. We had a delay before, but for some reason we're not. We get our system reset and then we send it all this and it doesn't respond. Index C for 14 months. Index C, I think, is pretty old school on this channel. I remember that name from a long time ago. Yeah, it's just that if I delay this, then every response is going to be delayed 1 second, which adds up. But let's give it a lot more time. But before we waited 25 milliseconds, and that was it. 25 milliseconds, and then we moved on. So we'll try it. Because I mean, it's a worthy test, but it's not a final operation mode. Yeah, I don't do those. Sorry, I don't do all that pandering crap, and I hate ads, which makes it weird that I'm on Twitch. I can't stand it, and I wish I could support myself without them. I'm doing okay. I'm doing okay. We got to get Burn the Subs back up. I know it's 100 milliseconds. Oh, did the code not go in? It shouldn't have done it. I'm not doing it up to a second. If I do it up to a second, that's crazy. Yeah, if you click your own thing. How long is... Well, Packs asked for it. April 5th, 2019. Index, Index C is September of 2019. Did I upload this? I'll upload it again. Just here, take all the wear and tear of memory. I thought Index C was following a long time ago, though. Oh, well. Huh? Well, that was new. We sent it like 30 times. We got 3 resets, and then we missed our window. Because it sent it multiple times. This isn't that new. This is just how it works. It's just because we delayed for 1 second in replying. It was able to ask multiple times, and I don't know how many times it'll ask before it moves on. 1 second is just out there. Take it down 1 order of magnitude. Ran when parked. Did you check the fuel pump? No, we checked the injectors. That's essentially what we're working on, is the injector. The injector in my engine. Death packs! Stop it! Don't backseat me. Even at 100, it doesn't care. I don't think you actually send the response from EVT system boot. I fixed that. Yeah, that was something I fixed earlier. I added those to a bunch of them. A bunch of them were missing the send output buffer. But we're sending the output buffer, and we're populating the output buffer properly. We go the right number of entries till we reach the end. 20, 19, 18, 17. Output buffer of I. Do the EVT system boot fixed, J. So that gets us all the way to the end of the array. And then we punch the buffer into here. And this is the exact same function that we've been using previously in order to send stuff. So we're probably sending the right data. I don't understand why it hates this, though. It just doesn't respond to it, and it doesn't appear to send a follow-up unless I broke something in the receive. But we get a system reset, so I don't think anything in receive is broken. What is our tick? Get packet, assess packet, mods ready, scan the buttons. Tick, get, send. Get packet runs first. Get packet looks at the serial buffer, which it did once. So get packet is like wherever I put the serial stuff. I think it's all the way over here. Get packet if serial's available. This is all unchanged from the original code. It loads it up into the input buffer, which should have been cleared previously. So when we get a receive, we then get into the the assessment of the packet, which is here, and we get 0101, and then we do our stuff. Command system reset, we print. We reset all of our main statuses. We send the event to the event ticking timer, which we've observed to happen. We've observed it happening exactly twice, even though for some reason on the last one it sent 4 times. We clear the packet out, and we break out of the loop. When we break out of the loop, there's a big loop. We break out of the entire function, and then we're back here. And we do the mod state check, we do the ready check, and then we scan our butts. Hold on to your butts. Smith Clay! Thank you for the 17 months of Prime. That's very nice of you. I appreciate 17 months. That might be over a year. Fuck, what are we doing, guys? What are we not doing that our other code did perfectly? Button flipper works. Get packet. That's a different one. Respond to the packet. Check discovery. If booted. The old code is in kind of a sorry state, but it should mostly be there. Data from within the send function. Yeah, let's try that. Even though the send function is untouched, I mean, if I look for it here, ugh, where is it? It's like way down here. This is all the send function is. Right? That's it. That's all it's ever been. Where is it? Where did I put it? It's in just regular functions. There it is. Okay. Ready to go. Try it again. I wonder why it's sending 4 times. Why would it do that? Oh, because it sends it again. And then we enter all of our stuff into the queue. So maybe it doesn't like us. Maybe it doesn't like us. Yeah, no, I just didn't see that extra packet in there. I don't know why we're not triggering it to go further, because it worked before. So it is getting the right thing. It wants us to reset again, though. It sends twice, and then we lock it. It just locks up at our signaling. Baffling. This is baffling. I'm moderately sure that we are sending the appropriate thing. I think that works just fine. So I don't have thoughts. I don't know what those are. 115200 base module to receiver. We know it's responding to stuff because it sends another command system reset. Unless my wires slipped and we're not actually TXing. I'm gonna TX! No, everything's connected. Everything looks connected. Unless I'm on the wrong pin. Pins, let's do TNC 3.2 pin out. Go to Morb, TNC 3.2. Demi was really triggered by those Morbius references. the other yeah, it is pretty much scope time. I'm just trying to verify. Okay, RX2, TX2, pins 9 and 10, which is 4 from the bottom. Yeah, it's in the right spot. That's in the right spot. My cable's connected properly. Everything appears to be connected. There's hair on my desk. Still hearing that rattling coming from something. I need to figure out what that is. Why do you not respond? Why? All things considered, hardware-wise, everybody should be here. Now, if I set it to trigger off of the serial data that initially comes in, I can observe what we're sending. I don't think we're sending anything wrong, but we are getting a response that's pretty much in line with the way the module should operate. So technically, maybe we're sending, my theory is that we're sending the wrong packet. In my notes, I should have the right packet, but this conforms to all of the standards that we are operating under. I wonder if I put the other module in, if, you know, maybe we, by setting it as a 20, ours is an A0, what if we make it a 20? It's just weird that I got an A0 as a, it's weird that I got a 20 as a signal. I'm gonna try to set it to a 20. I'm gonna do that. So let's go to, not on the button flipper. But like our original code on the button flipper, the one that works, sent this. A012102. That's what we're doing. That's all we're just sending that back. I'm gonna go crazy, chat. I don't know what the hell's going on here. Let's go to where we send it and let's change it to a 20. Maybe there's some other exchange that I don't understand. Maybe that's why we send it as a 20. Because they're saying, this is our version, but the event is an A0. That's very explicit in the documentation. This would be more erroneous because this is when we were just getting like random crap and trying to figure out what it all was. Let's see, that's all random USB address stuff. So when it actually starts, we would get an A0, oh crap, hold on. 2110. Here, let's just go down to this because I've split it all off. This is from like a serial port monitor kind of capture thing that put it all into hex. There's only one on this entire page. That one's C0 for the hard timer. That's the RSSI request. It's part of the RSSI request. Bondable mode. Yeah. These are, I'm just looking through all the short commands. This is just like a scratch pad. So this is like a very disorganized, just rando stuff that we've been doing. But like here, I've been able to get it past system boot with our other stuff, and it was able to do it. Ugh, man, I'm so frustrated right now, chat. This it kind of feels like something's wrong with the wiring, but then again, we get like 3 resets. When we reply with that version number, it's okay with it, but everything stops. Everything shouldn't stop. I don't know why everything would stop. Is it something we're doing? We've been working on this for some time, and I think I've already explained it to you, Smith Clay, with your little cowboy hat. We're trying to emulate being a SI Labs Bluetooth module. Basically, we are emulating the pair, the remote module that's connected via Bluetooth and the base module. We have a base station that's connecting to the module. And so we're trying to be it, but we've already been it. We've already gotten this working really well. Sort of, not working. We've got different, okay, the parts that we've gotten working are we've gone through most of the procedure, and then on the other end, we've observed button presses and we know how to make them. We need to connect those two. So I rewrote all the software. Now it doesn't work. Now it does not work. So we're troubleshooting. We're troubleshooting. That's what we always do here. We're always doing troubleshooting. That's my secret. Yeah, see, serial starts, command system reset, boot sent, bondable mode received. That's what the button flipper code did. Unfortunately, the transmitter capture, this one's from start actually, event system boot. The response was this. And then it happened again. And then it sent bondable mode. See what I'm talking about? It sent 2, but it sent this one. So let's put this one in there. Maybe this one will do it. All the way to 6B. Maybe it wants that boot function. Of course, that boot function should be the same because it's the same device, so. Yeah, I can still test an older version. I think. I don't know if I monkeyed around with the code too much on some of the older ones. I don't remember where my decision originated to start a new piece of software. But I can try. Yeah, we can do that little confirmation just to see if everything's hooked up right. I just want to look at the fixed portion of the packet to make sure. Where are we? Boot fixed. 20.0A.00.01. That's 81. That's a little different. Eight one instead of 1 on that one. All right, let's try this one then. Yeah, all right. That's the difference. So what is that? What is 8.1? Why people insist on messaging me while I'm streaming? You know you're not going to get a reply. All right. System boot. 8.1 is what location? 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 10. Build number. Build number 1. Build number 8.1. Well, it's little endian, so it's, yeah, it's 8.1. It's, no, it's 181. It's 1.81. That's how I feel right now, TurboNed. One number. One number. Serial started. Same response as before. We get 2 resets, we send 4 boots, and it doesn't respond. This feels like a hardware problem. Even though we received 2 resets, and it stopped sending resets, and when we advance the timer even more, we get 4 resets. So it's clearly seeing our signals. I'm gonna plug the module back in and boot it up. Now. Let's run old code and see what happens. Save this. Let's do the button flipper code and just see what happens. Because that's easy enough for us to test, and hopefully my code is still in a compilable mode. You son of a bitch! You. Yeah. Why isn't it like me? I'm literally setting the exact packet that it's looking for. What is happening? Why doesn't that work? I'm waiting for the exact amount of time and I'm sending the exact packet. Oh my God. What else could it possibly be? Timer expire. Hey, it's me. Thumb butt. Battery. RSSI. All this stuff working properly. Get packet, intercept sequence, respond with the packet. Get packet, respond packet. It gets a command system reset, delays for 24, and then it sends the system boot. And then we print the line, and then we move on with our lives. We're actually clearing the packet before we even send it. We delay, and then we send the system boot, which would work exactly the same as mine. Wait, what happened here? UD system boot, and then it would be... Wait, hold on. What's going on here? Oh yeah, we're running this. We're running event system boot, and that program, that function does this, which does A01210, which is A01210, sorry, A01210, yeah. And then from 4 to 21 is this, which we are sending, we verified. Well, we didn't directly verify that we're sending it, but we kind of did by running the old code. Yeah, we printed the packet as we're sending it, and I'm using the same exact send function as my old code. Same send function here. This is all the same. Our output buffer is just filled with all this stuff, and we verified that by printing it. Everything should work. Everything should work, but it doesn't. I don't understand. I don't get it. Why is it like this? Why is it like this? I don't know. We pass it into the buffer. Are we giving it some data that we don't want? Let's put it on the scope and see if it's printing out the wrong thing. That's the only thing I can think of right now. So what I need to do is I need to set this to capture a single serial signal that's coming in, one single RS-232. Or I needed to trigger it off of the first. What did I wait? Blah, 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 blah. Turn off. You reset. And then we need to upload. We need to upload the new code. I'm going to do that right now, and then I'm going to set this thing to trigger once, and that should capture the beginning of whatever packet we've got coming in. So this thing is ready to go, and I do single. Hello? Yeah, it's on single. I turn it on. There it is. Turn it off again. Where is our data? What is that? Wait a minute. Where's our data? What? Huh. The blue is hooked up to this one, which goes to the top one. The top one is... I wish he put the diagrams in this little... See, if this is the teensy programmer. I wish I could open on this screen instead of push button. I wish I could open the actual thing that tells us what pins are what. Instead, I gotta Google it every time. Look, this is the top one, which is RX. Are we the bad guys? Hold on a minute. It's weird that the signal comes in like that. Because the very first thing to happen would be the base station responding to us. I can't get the camera any closer. I gotta move this. And then I'll focus it. Focus! Alright, come on. The lenses are a little sticky sometimes. Okay, there. So, let's see. This is our massive reply ending in EB. Why are we sending that so far away? I mean, there's the... Why is the reset command coming in first? Give me it. Give me it. 21F01. Yeah, there it is. 1F0? Wait a minute. 1F. 21F. Hold on, I'm going to the API documentation. System boot. Let me find system reset. Come on, where is it? I hate that we're still working on this, by the way. I had it written on my wall, but I moved the lab so I can't see it now. I don't know what you're talking about. Wait, what are you talking about? I'm curious now. 2111. What is F0? Let's check F0. Oh, the printout. Oh, yeah. Yeah, they send you a nice like card. Paul Stoffrigan sends you a beautiful card that has all the pins on it, and I think I still have one. They're like stashed between the power supply and the desk. But I never think to take them out. I should just like put one up on the wall. You didn't get a card? What the hell? Maybe you got to get the 3.2 or something. We need to find F0 apparently. F. Passkey request? Oh god, that would be toxic as hell. Well, it's a 20, but passkey? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. F0 is related to a passkey. Uh-oh. Did they hotfix and make me have to do like some passkey bullshit in order to... I hope not. That's FF. F0. Oh, set bondable mode. We're missing a receive. Why are we missing a receive? Teensy posters on office walls may be frowned upon. What are you talking about? It's great. We're missing the command. Why? We know our loop is happening very quickly, and we're running get packet over and over again. But we're missing... Serial 2 is available. How are we missing it now? I can't make it run any faster than it already does. Yeah, we get the initial reset too. Why are we missing 21F01? I mean, if we get a packet that we don't know about, we'll print it out. So why would that... Why would it error out? This one is an F. 8, 9, F. Okay, that should be fine. But we're not, I don't know, it's like we're not getting it. These all have their clear packets at the end, right? Yeah, there it is. Clears the packet. Clears the packet, bumps us out of here, we do the loops, and then we come back here. So, what could possibly be doing this wrong? Working with hardware. Yeah, I like to work a little bit more with hardware, you know? I like to actually be down in the trenches building the hardware and doing stuff like that. But right now we're having digital problems, which is fairly common in males about my age. But we need to resolve what the hell's going on here. We have our Arduino talking to the base station over here. Note that it's the same type that we have running on the system anyway. We will be able to just connect this one to the serial port there and do all the stuff that we want to do. TNC 3.2 is an extraordinarily fast microcontroller. So what I don't get is why when we get this second serial signal in here, we are not initiating the rest of the protocol. It could be that my code is now 1,000 lines of fuck. And so perhaps there is an additional delay in our receiving, but we're dealing with the hardware stuff, which means that the buffer fills up. And if the buffer's filling up, that means that we received a 20 command, so it's not like I miffed any of that stuff. Is that the first or the second response? I'm going to zoom out on this a little bit. That would be the first response. So it is responding to the command that we're sending it. What a do heck? What a do heck of this? Why are we not receiving? We clear, we break, we go back, we assess the packets, and then like a couple milliseconds later, we get the command again. We can lower the delay now that we know that there's actually a reply on the line, but we're not getting it. Let's go back to 24 milliseconds on that thing. And we're not colliding with it. It sends in the interim. You need to respond to the response. We did. Well, okay, so we need to respond to this because this is setting a hardware thing. So when we respond to it, it goes to the next step. That's what's happening. Is our loop isn't getting here for some reason. We're not able to receive that immediately, which I don't understand because our loop should be very fast. We don't have any delays in this code. So it should be doing all the function work and then popping us back over to where we receive again. And there's a buffer. There's a buffer. Do I need to like clear the buffer or something? Is that what needs to happen? I know there's other ways to handle serial, but for the most part, this has been perfectly fine. Serial 2, read bytes, input buffer, packet length. If serial 2 is available. So from here, once we receive this, serial 2 should be available. We'll say, hey, I got a packet. Do I need to clear the serial buffer? Let's try that. I need to look up how to do it. Where's my... Why am I dumb? Okay, Arduino. If it's available, we store the data, blah, 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 blah. We'll clear the buffer using the serial.begin function. Why? That doesn't, that's not, no, that's not, I don't think that's right. Don't want to hurry you with this device, but the aliens are almost here. That's how I felt, blah, 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 blah. That's how I felt for a while. This was not supposed to take this long, and we got like this close to getting it actually functioning. But there's like some parts of it that are trying to like initiate stuff. You guys can see when we looked at the serial output, it got pretty far, but then the base station was still trying to configure stuff. And that old code is not responding properly. So I built this whole engine that we're working on now in order to respond properly. We should be getting further with this, not getting hobbled with stuff like this. Printing the input buffer to see what's in it after get packet. Hold on, let me see if there's a... Yeah, serial flush. Let's flush the serial and see what happens. Toilet serial. So if serial's available, we get something, and then we do serial 2 dot flush. Down the toilet it goes. If we get that, then we flush. Let's just flush it every time we run. If serial 2 is available, we do a bunch of stuff to it, and then we flush it. I don't know, maybe that'll work. A roadside toilet full of cornflakes. Well, at least you're not doing. At least your imagination kept that out of your household. All right, let's see what happens. We're not able to receive serial data. Why? What am I doing? Chad. The next thing we get is an A0. It should be able to get the next thing. There's nothing slowing the code down. It all works very quickly. We've seen it work very quickly, but for some reason we're missing the command system reset. which is very clearly 21F01. It's right here on the oscilloscope. 21F01, which is, sorry, the set parameters. This one. No. Not coax. No. Oh god, it's like buried. Which one was it? It was like all the way up here. That's coax. Damn it, which one was it? It's the next one in line. It's the one that it's supposed to do. No, that's end gap. These are in like numerical order. Well, I don't understand what's going on now. We're just not receiving where we were able to receive. Was it set bondable mode? Yeah, set bondable mode is what's sent next, which is a 20 command. I just want to take a look at it, just to see if I broke anything, like with the specific command. Bondable mode. 21F0, and then I get a 1, which is bonding's allowed. That's fine. But for some reason, this thing is not functioning properly. And, you know, we do our response, which is just a simple success response. But we're not receiving serial. It should load up into the buffer and just continue from there. What is happening? Yeah, so how do I print the buffer? Arduino print serial buffer. We'll just see what happens. So the serial buffer is byte by byte. Hey, Copper. I don't see any reason why this wouldn't work. I don't know why this code dies while the other one, my code walks so my other code can run. I think I need my Wednesday in order to figure this out. I mean, we got a pretty decent chunk of stream here. 3.5 hours. It's not a lot. I don't know why some streamers seem to be very concerned about how long their streams are, like the length of it. I don't know if maybe they have like a network telling them they have to stream for a certain amount of time, and Twitch isn't going to take away your partner status if you don't put in the time. I think a lot of them equate hours streaming to number of subs, which is, you know, another one of the mental taxes that streaming takes on people. I need to try to get a haircut on Wednesday because I look like shit. I look terrible. I look like I've been programming all weekend and not looking at anything else. I'm about ready to flip the fuck out, chat. I'm ready to just start flipping tables and punching through walls and stuff. Old Twitch contract had hours per week. Oh. Yeah, I don't think I have an hours per week. That was just a requirement for getting partner status. They said you have to stream a certain amount of hours a week, and then we'll evaluate your partner status. Yeah, 41 hours a month with X amount of view hours for their advertisement boost. I'm not doing that because I hate ads. I really do. I don't want to do that. I mean, it's, you know, the big streamers would make a big chunk of money off of that, but that ain't me. And while an extra $300 a month would be nice, I'll get that if I get Burn the Subs up. So I don't know what's happening. I don't know why my receiver isn't able to function after we send stuff. This get packet. Every time there's a backseat, I show an ad. I'd be a millionaire. I'd also have to also wait here for the ads to expire before doing anything. Yeah, $300 is like nothing for the big streamers, but they also get the ad revenue of having that many views view the ads, because it is like on a basis of how many people. Oh, the ats are like dark orange. That's weird. Look at that. All right. Well, so what's happening here? I mean, flushing the serial array doesn't matter. If serial's available, we read the byte. If it's a 20 or an A0, we then stick around to get the rest of the packet. Does receive get triggered by an interrupt? No. No. We run it every loop. Tick the timer, get the packet. Tick the timer, get the packet. So if we tick the timer and the timer tick triggers an event, because it's not, I don't think the timer interrupts because we have a timer tick, right? We tick up the timer, then we do the send stuff, then we immediately go into receive and assess, and those should break out very quickly. Yeah, we don't have a project command. It takes me so long to explain what the project is. We're trying to fake being an SI Labs Bluetooth low energy module so that we can flip buttons on a Granite Device Simucube. If you look up the Simucube, you'll get an idea of the mutant direct drive steering wheel that I'm building. The only problem is the only way for us to put as many buttons as I have on the system onto this thing, given the design of the rest of the system, I have to do funky stuff with a microcontroller and pretend that I am an SI Labs Bluetooth module. And that should have been an easy project, but it's taken way too long for us to get to where I am now, which is having to fake way too much of the protocol in order to get stuff to happen properly. And we almost got it running, but yeah, they would never just do a flat $300. That's crazy. That would be crazy, because if a big streamer just runs an ad, they'll get a, you know, an eyes on Breen. They get an eyes on whatever, you know, however many people see that ad. Man, I'm stuck, chat. I don't know what's going on. Are we scanning our butts too much? What is that? I don't believe that any of the functions that I'm running do anything to the serial array, because the serial buffer should get the beginning of the packet, and we should catch that because our loop is running at blistering speed. Like here, we can see how fast the loops run just visually by doing this. Then if I turn it on, it's gonna jump us back over. Let's stop the auto scroll. Yeah, so like we're running fast. I don't know where the print line came from on this. Maybe we ran out of the buffer. It's fucking cursed, guys. I don't know what's going on. We received the reset command too. That's the thing, is that we successfully received the first command, and then we do the stuff to reset. We add it to the buffer and all that stuff, and then the program takes a dump. I don't know what's going on. Why are we dumping? But we know that this loop is running extremely fast, so we should be able to catch that first serial thing. Whose fucking wet paper bag is this, and why haven't I been able to get out of it yet? This sucks. I hate being in wet paper bags. Check it in to see how things are progressing. I can't personally respond to every comment, although given programming streams and how slow they are, I didn't mean to do another program. We'll work on my friend's car keys next stream, I guess. I'll pull something out of my ass to work on, but I'm getting real angry with this, and I probably need to spend a little bit of my Wednesday on it, because it sucks. I don't understand why All right, so the big frustrating thing is it's not a hardware problem, right? We're not having a hardware problem, we're having a software problem. The added code could take longer to execute. That could be causing us problems. I can run get packet multiple times. I don't think that's really going to be the solution, though. Let me get my thing out of here. Let me... Oh, yeah, I got rid of it already. Good. Read bytes, input buffer for the packet length. We put that into the input buffer. And we're able to get the first packet this way. I mean, I could put get packet on like a 1 millisecond timer. I don't think that's going to help though, because everything has to run before the timer tick goes up. When the timer tick goes up, then it'll execute the function. Why? And I'm definitely clearing everything when I'm done. Clear packet. Let's check clear packet. That's in another. Clear packet just gets rid of the A00B, etc. Oh yeah, there it is. Clear packet, just nothing. And that just means that stuff won't respond to a packet that's not there. And we're running that after the thing, and then we run it once, and then it's done. All right. Hail Mary. Time for the weird stuff. Hail Mary, Mother of God, got the whole host of angels shuffling in my iPod. All right, try it. Boop. Ah! Nothing. It might have to do with... It definitely has to do with something that I did, right? It's me. It's me. I'm the problem. Arduino timer.h. I'm pulling that in there. Timer.h. Millis timer. Tasks 5. Active tasks 5. Timer handle. That's a new one. Timer handle. Conversion factor 32.8. Time response 24. This one's 25. Input buffer of 30. Input buffer. There's output buffer. Input buffer. Hold on a minute. No, there it is. Input buffer of 30. Got all this stuff here. Disco, might not need it. And the program wouldn't have worked. VT system boot. And then somehow we're able to... And the loop here is timer tick, get packet, respond packet. It's all the same thing. It's the same exact thing. Only now we have like an event timer in there as well. But the event timer is functioning as a result of timer tick, and that shouldn't be interrupted. So our loop should be running at approximately the same timing as the other one. I'm beside myself, chat. What the hell is going on? What happens when we respond to the packet? Let's go through this line by line. We get our ass packet in. We've got our command ID that we generate. So get packet, respond packet. Let's look at respond packet. That's ass packet on the other one. Same code. Respond to the packet. Switch cases. Let's see. Packets are cleared at the end. We do direct sends. Whereas in this one, we add it to the event. Let's look at EVT add. EVT add, EVT update, mod state. I should put the EVTs together, but there's EVT add. EVT stack of I is equal to the command. We know this functions. We watched it function. and we've seen it working in the code. So that looks for an empty thing and then prints it into the command. That should not take it that much. That shouldn't take any time at all, right? I don't think we need to pinch pennies in order to get this thing to run quickly enough to receive a packet. I think there's something stupid in the code. I smell something stupid. Something in the code is stupid. Because none of this stuff has changed. Then we clear the packet, just like we do here, and we break out of the loop. We break out of the loop here, we go all the way to the bottom. All the way. And it just runs again. This one, all the way to the bottom. I wish we were doing something a little bit more interesting, right? I don't know. And we were done. We're out of here. So ask packet should be pretty fast, especially when there's nothing in the packet buffer. When there's nothing in the packet buffer, it will immediately break because the CL and the ID will go together as a 0. So it doesn't have to check all. I don't think it checks everything. I don't know how switch case works on a line-by-line basis. That's why I put it up there up front so that it would check it first and break and get the hell out of there. Let's get packet, assess packet. That was assess packet. We come back and we timer tick. So there is no reason that this code should not be working as it is right now. As it is right now, all we have is the response engine going off every 20 milliseconds. When the response engine goes off, what happens? So that would be check EVT at time response, check EVT. So check event. Where's check event? That's a timing function, so that's going to be up here. So we check the event right here. And because I wanted to keep it clean, that runs the event check. Check EVT runs EVT check. Is it confusing yet? Because I've tried to make it. EVT check. I really need to... I keep talking about this, but I need to switch the monitors so it looks like I'm looking at the code. When I'm doing this, I'm not looking at my crotch. I'm actually looking at the code because I have two monitors kind of like stacked on top of one another. So EVT check runs check EVT. Now I'm confused. Check EVT. Check EVT. Oh yeah, that's the big guy. So that's our transmit engine. So it's EVT check runs. If it's 0, which is the default, then we'll break. We go down here, and then we set the current stack location to 0, and then we update EVT. So that should be fast. That should be very, very fast. When we EVT update, that's this one here. EVT update for I is equal to 0, less than the event stack size. So we're just plugging values in. We're plugging in zeros. Or actually, we're plugging in the next entry until we get to the end, and then we plug in a 0. So it does that every time. I don't think that's slow. I don't think this is hobbling us, because we're working on the EVT stack, and it's only 10 entries long. I don't think that takes an incredible amount of time. And that just makes sure that we clear the events out of the thing. Is EVT add being messed up? These are very simple functions and they should work. And we've also seen, we've printed out the stack and seeing it, you know, verified to traverse the stack. Yeah. I mean, we had the stack was broken at first and we fixed it. Now it works perfectly fine. So EVT add, event add, where's that? It's down here. 16 bytes for the command, bits, whatever. I is equal to 1, because we're starting at the 1th entry. We leave the 0th entry alone because that times it That gives us the time for it to flip over to the next part of the stack. So then we look for a 0 entry by breaking out of the for loop. We do a for loop on all the entries until we find a blank section, and then we add it to the stack. Otherwise, if we get to the end of the stack, there's an error. We should trigger an error. And then we just say, yeah, so we set that to be whatever that 16-bit integer is. And then it performs the command, which we've seen it do, because it replies with the boot information that the module then responds to, and it never gets a follow-up because for some reason we missed the packet. There's not a whole lot that I've added to this code. I thought I had so much more freedom. I actually don't know what's going on. I'm actually completely baffled. We're doing like 1 or 2 more array functions on this thing. 1 or 2. And that's not an incredible amount of time. And we were able to, on the other code, do all kinds of other shenanigans and have it still receive the proper packets and get to the part where we're stuck on this code, which is much further along. God damn it. I don't know what's going on, chat. I really don't. I'm sort of like just completely baffled. I am completely baffled about what's going on. The code is the same. It's the fucking same code. I don't get it. Do we need to lower the amount of events in the stack? Make it like 5. We could try that. Let's make it 5. Let's make our stack much smaller. What? Get out of here. Did I just bug the... I think I just bugged it. Yeah, Jesus Christ. All right. Stack. EDT stack. 5. 4 entries. Or 5. Okay. Let's try it again. We know it's not a hardware issue because we received the reset command. So I don't know what the hell's going on, guys. I am lost. I'm completely lost and out of it. I don't understand why you people would want to watch me. All right, let's try it again. Oops, wait, no, we want... I'm baffled. I'm baffled, chat. Let's see. We should see a bunch of commands. No. Fuck. Why? Is it possibly waiting for something? No. Yeah, the only difference between this code and what we started with is embarrassingly, I think it's just, no wait, what did we change? Some of the loops are slightly altered. And we added some of the missing clear packet commands. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, and this would be 9. Man, I mean, like, this is like, I like this code. I like this code. I think everything that it's doing is clever, except that it doesn't work. And I'm lost. I'm gonna need to. Yeah, I understand death packs, and I kind of agree with you on that. Sometimes you need to just sever yourself from the problem, but that's what I did last night. I played Green Hell with a friend of mine, and we were having a good time. We had done most of a playthrough of the game, and then we continued on from where we left off. So half of our playthrough was figuring out how to do stuff. What button is the watch? What button is this? I gotta look at my arms. I'm covered in leeches. And then I got mauled by a big cat. Now my entire mission in that playthrough is to do nothing but create bandages. And I discovered that honey is supposed to be like the uber bandage. So I'm gonna be hunting for bees when we play next time. Anyway, that was me not thinking about this problem because I had just gotten this code to compile and everything. I did several walkthroughs of my code. Like walking the track, like walking the plank. As it is right now, it is pretty much the same code. So why wouldn't it function? It's not like I messed up a loop. I do not understand it. This works. This doesn't. And in Arduino, you do not need to express the global variables as being like whatever that is, whatever that function is in order to release to other tabs. You don't need to do that. You know, all my variables are in here and everything's compiling properly. The second packet should get into the packet buffer on the receive. Here, I'll just look at it here. So if serial 2 is available, that means that it got a packet, right? So if serial 2 is available, we make our stuff byte to read, and then if the stuff is 20 or A0, we do stuff. We read 1 byte, and then we continue on. Now, is there a problem with that logic? If our program's off in space doing other stuff, which I don't think it is, and it receives more than just 1 byte, what does it do? How have we been lucky to capture all this stuff before? Because I had all kinds of weird stuff going on. Have you done the stare and compare between the two bases? Not quite. Are we doing something wrong in the timing functions? Is somehow the timing function taking over? Does the thing, return 1. Sends the thing, serial print, return 1. Button flip, send the thing, return 1. These are all the same. There's no problems with any of this stuff. The problem is that it compiles. There's no dumb error. It compiles. It's something fundamentally wrong with my brain. My brain! Because, like, what we're running right now is ostensibly just this. That's the same thing, only we've added a periodic timer to this. We added a periodic timer to this, what does an event scan. It looks to see whether or not there's something in a queue, and then it responds, which should be fine. That's the worst. Everything works, does nothing. Yeah, I think I need to do that. I don't want to do this. I don't want to work on this code anymore. This is what separates the people like me from the people who are constantly, you know, starting projects, is that when I run into something like this, I don't stop. You know, my jaw just clenches on it and I don't let go. I don't let go and I don't let bygones be bygones. My channel fucking crashes and burns while I work on a weird problem that I don't know how to solve. But what that does is that lets me complete projects, and that's the push. That's the difference between your hobbyist and your professional, or your you know, somebody who's able to do contracting work and somebody who just goes off and does a bunch of different projects. We've started too many projects around here and I need to finish them. So I am really hunkering down and trying to finish this. I thought this would go a little differently today. But I gotta sink my teeth into it. I can't let go of this. Does an event get set when the second package has been received, or does the code pick it up? That's a good point. What if we are setting it and then the event's not triggering again somehow? Palpatine returned. Palpatine's behind it all. So we're returning a 1, which means that the timer is set again. But if we're setting up our timer in a way that it shouldn't be, let's take a look at where we set up the timer. Completionists versus project hoppers. That's the thing, and that's something you got to train yourself with, is that, chat, inspiration is a bunch of fucking bullshit, right? Inspiration is not something that you should ever rely on, ever. As somebody who has strong adult ADHD, you know, if I don't take my meds, I'm on Reddit all day. Like, just that little dopamine hit, you know? You got to do stuff you hate, you know? Organization and hunkering down and doing the stuff that I hate doing is what keeps the projects flowing around here, and why we're able to have a little bit of variety. Yeah, I have the too many thoughts in my brain type of ADHD, where I'm quiet. Everybody thought I was mature as a kid. Keep at it. We'll catch you in a future stream. All right, Disco Bear, thanks for hanging out. Yeah, there's a big revolving door around here. You guys don't need to say goodbye. You can just leave. You can all just leave. I don't want to hear from you anymore. Okay, what are we doing wrong? So where are we setting up the timers here? I want to look at where I'm starting a timer. Because there's nothing that unsets this timer. Got to get tested for a diagnosis. Everybody fucking has it, and I think it's lead exposure, so you might be okay, Copper. I think all the lead in literally all of society from the 80s was probably at fault. Unmedicated ADHD. That's the buddy who I play games with is unmedicated, and he has learned to harness hyperfocus. I'm not that good with it. I hope the last time I remember really hyperfocusing was when I was working on the headgear, and that was back in like 2012. And I looked up and it was 4 o'clock in the morning. I hyperfocus on like Factorio, which is a terrible, terrible, nasty thing. That tasty 4-star Petro. Yeah. Able to get meds right from ADHD. It gave up. Everybody just suffers through it. Oh, man. I wasn't alive during lead paint. That's what I meant. Yeah. I know that, Copper. I know. I know things. Do the thing, return the 1. Yeah, I think we're going to play it this weekend, Zod. If I can't get this shit sorted out. My Summer Car, Satisfactory, Factorio, all of those are like death traps. I drink unhealthy amounts of caffeine and attempt to cope. I can drink, you guys have seen me down Red Bulls the size of my face. They don't really do much. They just make me gibber a little bit more. Caffeine just makes me tired. I can't, caffeine will keep me up. Project Cars 2. I don't know. I don't know if I'm up to that. But I know you struggled to get it working at one point. Swedish, so maybe different scales. Yeah, maybe. I don't know. All right, hold on. I got to think about this thing. Does it have to do with how we're setting up the timers? I'm looking for where I'm setting up a timer elsewhere. Timer active 1, tasks of 1, timer every 1,000. Hey, it's me. So that's a 1 second timer. Yeah, just this one thing. I just need this one thing. Caffeine makes me sleep or causes extreme gastric distress. I would rather not flip that coin. I periodically will quit caffeine for a little while and build up a tolerance to it again. Send success, clear the packet. Break. That's gap discovery received. Timer active 1 is 1. Timer every 1,000. Where we set it up to start. It'll be here. Yeah, like that. Timer active. Timer every. I don't understand it. I do not understand this. The EDT check is running constantly. We watched EVT check iterate through. I'm going to print a dot every time we do a receive. So up here in the base functions, get packet. If serial is available, and let's just see if this is running. We're probably going to see 1 dot. Because we're looking to see if serial is available. And then I'll move the dot outside of that loop, and we'll see if that loop's performing over and over again. This is like the old school way of drilling down microcontroller issues. Serial is available, but we're not using it. Should I just do serial print line, serial to read? Can I do that? It's probably going to fuck stuff up, but we might as well. I guess I could just print stuff. Yeah, let's do that. Instead of that, let's print stuff. Serial print F. Because then we can format it. Percent. Quote. Percent. Stupid regex. 20. 2x, rather. Maybe I'm handling it the wrong way. Yeah, there's a lot of... There can be junk on the line. I just scratched my eyeball. No, I just dug into my eyelid a little bit too much. Serial printf, blah, blah, blah. Let's give it its own line. Actually, yeah, let's give it its own line. I missed something? Everybody's triggering farts all of a sudden. Okay, let's try that. Upload. 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 I'm gonna figure this out, chat. It appears like it's checking serial, and maybe we just missed the 20 or the A0. My eye! You why? What the actual fuck is going on with this, then? Stuff is definitely equal to 20. What is your problem? Is it that we're not catching it fast enough and it's not able to... Because this worked for everything else, but maybe we need this to run like a lot. Like a lot. So that it can punch it into the buffer and we can respond to it properly. How do we do that? I could do a while serial to available. I don't know if this will hobble our program. Because that'll stop everything and read all the serial that comes in, right? Did it still have a print in there? Oh, I left that in there. That didn't do shit. That didn't do shit. While the input buffers makes it easier to work with stuff. It makes it so I can load stuff up and then go do other stuff and then come back to it, I guess. But if we're not getting anything past... But then I say read bytes 3. How... The serial buffer... How big is the serial buffer? Is it just 1 byte? That'll be larger than that. Could it be that the serial buffer gets loaded with a bunch of stuff and then we miss everything following it? Because it's 20 or A0. Input buffer for the packet length, input buffer of 3. I think maybe we need to... No, because the input buffer should be the whole packet, right? The packet rolls in. We get a 20 or an A0, and we move on from there. For some reason, what we're reading is not a 20 or an A0. Let's go for like 14. Let's see what 14 brings us. Wait, no, stuff is a byte. That's not gonna... I don't know what I'm doing. I don't know what I'm doing. I don't know. It compiled, so whatever. Well, now I don't know what I'm looking at, so that's cool. All right. That was cursed. Yeah, let's look at serial read. Maybe I need to tone it down a little bit. Incoming serial data inherits from the stream utility class. Serial port object, lists the available ports to the board. First byte incoming serial data. Okay, returns the first byte of incoming serial data available, or -1 if no data is available. Data type is int. So for some reason it's returning an int, and I'm throwing it into a byte, but it's still the first byte available. Do I need to cast it? Incoming byte, serial read. I'm using it properly. Basics. So communication, blah, 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 blah. USB is one of the most, now you know, are your lovers, a bunch of code. Maybe you haven't bothered drawing. Maybe you suck. Fuck you. Begin, read, available, parse int, parse float, print, Captain Crunch. Really? They put a Captain Crunch command in there? That's a callback. Zero receive buffer when, oh my god. Bits of data start streaming from your computer. Piece of hardware in your Arduino called is assemble each of the 8 bytes, bits into a byte, blah, 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 blah. Serial buffer can hold 64 bytes. The data you send from your computer to your Arduino will end up in the serial receive buffer. Yes, this all seems very familiar. How do you get this data? I don't know, you don't. Serial read is a function of the Steam library, and when it does read out the first available byte, serial receive buffer, when it reads it out, it removes that byte from the buffer. So everything I'm doing is so far is correct. So you sound out the phrase sub sandwich, and who didn't? I love sub sandwich. All right, this means you put 12 bytes into your buffer receiver. My first character, serial read, right? Serial read will return the first value available, so the first byte. I don't know why they're calling it a character here. S of sub sandwich. Serial receive buffer, now the S value is stored. My first character, there'll be 11 bytes left. So what I do is I receive the first one. Show. View up sandwich, blah, 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 blah. I've been doing everything correctly. And we don't need a line feed. We use another serial library function, serial available, check to see if there's anything to be read. This is so this is part of yeah, I can do bytes or chars. Okay. So here's the deal. Here's what we're doing right now. If you guys want a map of exactly what we're working on, is we're going all the way back to basics, and we are re-familiarizing ourselves with some of the functions that we've used and verifying that we're doing the right thing, because we're not doing the right thing, because it doesn't work. The bottom line is that it doesn't work, and everything that I say is correct is wrong. Everything is wrong until we vet it out. I don't understand why we're able to receive a 20 and it registers as not equal to 20 in my OR statement. If it's a 20 or an A0, we should then be able to interpret the buffer from there and move on. But for some reason, we're getting the 20 and it's not doing anything after that. Almost like it's rejecting it. But it shouldn't be able to reject it because it's 0x20. And our printout literally fucking has that. Well, the other printout, the one that we did earlier, gives us that 20 and we do nothing with it. I actually did not test inside the if statement. All right, let's see if we get into the... Let's see if we get into there. Serial started. Butts. Yeah, we get in there. We got butts. Butts. Return bytes in buffer or a -1. You're saying that this is reading the second one? Well, available and read. Available doesn't remove it from the buffer. Read does. So we're checking availability and it says, yeah, we got something. And if it's -1, the if statement should not go off, I guess. Yeah, is it assess? What is broken here? So we're getting in here and we're reading everything. Did I change what the packet is? When we access, we're here. So we assess. We load up our CL and ID. Take a look at our CLID. Show me your CLID, chat. Wait. I'm just joking. You what? What? Serial, print line, 4, CLID. Why, huh? No matching function called print line, constant character 5. You what? Wait, what? Huh? Wait, huh? I'm just printing this. Why you gotta be like that? Oh, printf. Shut up! Don't give me the answer! Stupid shit like that. Man! I can smack you down. Available greater than 0 might be a better check. Maybe, but we know it's running now. Yeah. Sorry, chat's very slow. It's not cute when you do it. All right, so do this. Ah! Why so many zeros? Because we're printing 0, 0. If CLID is greater than 0. Simple as, yeah. That's how it's being programmed. We're making a fake Bluetooth module. We're trying to fake out being a Bluetooth module to fool a Granite Devices Simucube, so that we can press buttons without having a remote device, without having a wireless device. Where's my serial? Why doesn't it say started? Probably because I reopened it. There we go. Right, off. See, what I'm doing is I'm turning on and off the Granite Devices controller, and that's giving us our replies here. Ah! I didn't put a line break after it. Why is C running over and over and over again? Am I not clearing it? What the hell? We're getting F and C just over and over and over again. Yikes. Why is that running into that so often? Packet CL, packet ID. If it's greater than 0, we print it. But it's running the same commands over and over and over again? Am I clearing it out afterwards? Well, no, I'm zeroing it. No, I'm creating it up there under assess packet. Do I need to clear it out once we've done... I guess I need to clear it out once we've done the thing. But it's a new variable when I start. So CL and ID get cleared at the end of the packet process. Why is it running 1 billion times a second? That is fucked. What is going on? Look at that. It's just going psycho. When this goes back to... It's not going back to the switch case. It's not returning to the switch in the case. Maybe you need to clear the packet before setting the event. Because we do the stuff and we add the event, and then we clear the packet. Sometimes the event relies on the packet to be cleared, though. It's not good. Well, actually, the event relies on the handle. I feel like some of the events rely on that thing being set. But why wouldn't our event return us here and we clear the packet? Because if we keep getting that event, but we're not repetitiously sending out a packet. Here, let me run the scope again. Yeah, we're doing nothing right now. We're doing nothing right now on the scope, right? We're not sending out a serial signal. And yet this is going psycho. So there's your results. There's something happening. Why is CLID, every time I run that function, coming up with a 0C? Something isn't, it's not clearing. It's not clearing the packet out. EVT add would come back to here. It would return to here. And then we do clear packet. Unless there's like a return condition that we hit. 00C would go into this switch case, and it would go to the 0C event. EVT system boot gets sent, which goes through the packet and creates all the stuff. It doesn't... See, the packet is still loaded into the global variables when we go and we send EVT system boot. So we go down to EVT system boot, and we send, we load all the stuff into the output buffer. We load up all the stuff into the output buffer, and then we send the output buffer. And so that sends out on serial. Once that's done, we go to the send function now. We go to the send function. Did it lose the lead? Did it lose like where it's supposed to go back to? Is that a thing that can happen? Can it forget where it's supposed to go in the code? Where's our sender? So we already had EVT add do its thing, right? And so that puts it into the buffer, and then the buffer reacts and sends it. And then that sends get packet. Where's send? I think it's in RX stuff. Sends. It does whatever it needs to do in order to send. Right? Send. I don't know where that function, it's somewhere around here, but it should come back to here in order to clear the packet. Reusing a variable. You might be right. Because, like, clear the packet here, that zeroes those out. The only problem is if I invoke clear packet before some part of the packet that I need. But I don't think in this case I am. So what happens if I clear the packet before I add the event? Let's just try that and see what happens. It does seem like it's an order of operation or a doubled up variable kind of thing. Something the compiler missed, which is not a lot. The compiler's pretty damn good at its job. Okay, started serial. Let's see what happens. It seems like the event adder is triggering way too often. But yet, we're not sending out a... Same shit, different day, huh? Why is that sticking and not clearing? Okay. This is weird, and I don't know what's going on, and I guess what I'm going to do is pack it up here, and I'll see if I can figure this out tomorrow or tonight. I probably won't work on it tonight because I'm very angry at my own code right now. Where's our serial print that we added? Where do we added it? I think it was the serial receiver. Yeah, it's right here. Yeah. No, I added it in. Wait, that's still there. Wait, if that's still there, then why didn't we add a new line? Volatile to the packet variables? I really don't think that's the problem, but I can. But we've already identified that it's not clearing certain parameters when it really should be. EVT stack of I is equal to 0. It should add a 0 at the end of the stack. Yeah, the assess keeps running, but it should keep running, right? Because it's supposed to be looking to see if we've received anything. Even though I guess I could put like a trigger on that and make sure that it runs, if serial is available, then run the assessment and everything, the packet assessment. That could be a little bit of a better way to run it on demand. I just don't understand why the Well, hold on. I need to get rid of the printout first. That printout, I don't remember where it is. I don't remember where I put the printout. Where is the printout? Event stack. We didn't put it in there. It's yeah, right here. So why this is running over and over again and it's not being cleared out, but for some reason it's also not completely destroying my serial stack. Let's do an if serial available on the packet assessment. Wait a minute. Yeah, I don't know why it's not printing the 0 if packet CL and packet ID are being overwritten with zeros. Because we run packet clear, a clear packet rather, which zeroes that out. It doesn't make any sense. I don't know what's going on. We run clear packet. That should clear the packet. That should put it all to 0. The CL and the ID should go to 0. And our loops are responding as if that's the case. These get declared every time this gets run. They don't get redeclared anywhere. That really doesn't make any sense, does it? Very strange. This is very strange. I do not know what's going on. These variables. The git commit, please work. Git commit beg. Please. I beseech thee, gods of coding and operation. Make my code work. I don't know. I don't understand. This, I mean, maybe it's part of the weirdness of operating in tabs. Maybe some kind of a variable called handle or some variable called CLID is getting declared elsewhere and loaded with information, but that doesn't appear to be the case. It's like a write once. You can have this variable one time and that's it. That's it. After that, you're done. You're done. Now, assessing the packet probably should only run when, I mean, I guess I could do it like this. If get packet ass packet, and then I can return a 1 or a 0. We can do get packet if serial 2 is available, else return false. Otherwise, do all that. Turn true. I do like mixing up 0, 1, high, low, and true, false, but I usually try to keep them 1s and 0s, though. Oh, this is actually... Stuff is equal to serial to read. If stuff is equal to 20, do the thing. But we were receiving the 20s, and it was functioning, so I don't know. I don't understand why we weren't responding to the 2 zeros that were coming in. That's the weird part, is that I just don't understand. Either way, we can have this trigger the assessment. So let's try that. It's not going to fix it, because I think we're having a different problem, but it didn't like that. Oh, whoops. And then somebody's inevitably going to say it in chat, and I'm going to get mad. I'm going to get mad. Bool. Bool. Yeah, very strange problems we're having. Turn it on. Let's see. That still doesn't respond properly. Didn't fix it. Might have cleaned up our loops a little bit, but it didn't. I actually like it this way better, though, because that means that we're not running this giant switch case every single time. Volatile. Where am I setting those up? Volatile bytes. I don't think that's going to do it, but might as well just try it. I don't know if I need to set more stuff to be volatile. Good is frustrating. I feel your pain and frustration. I like all my logic. Yeah, it still doesn't do anything. Off you go. Let's make the buffer volatile. I don't know what that's doing. I think it's supposed to be releasing it to more tabs, but I don't think that's necessary here. I think the compiler puts it all together as one big thing. Huh. No matching function for call to read bytes volatile byte 30 int. Huh. That has something to do with it? Could it be the volatility? The problem is we receive the first packet just fine. It puts it all up into that exact same data just fine. It doesn't seem to mind any of it. But apparently the input buffer does not like being volatile. So I don't understand why that one would fail and the other one would succeed. It's just odd that I can't put stuff into the either I can't put stuff into the input buffer or we're not responding to it in a good way. But we know that we're getting all the way into this. We're getting all the way into this, and it's not recognizing our stuff. Why isn't it recognizing our stuff? Well, we're printing out the CLID, and we just keep getting the same thing over and over again. Read bytes function doesn't accept volatile byte. Just byte. No, I don't clear the input buffer. But that doesn't really seem strictly necessary, because when we do stuff with the input buffer, we're using that length parameter. I'm keeping the returns on this one though, because that means that we're running that loop less and less, and that's good for our program. Because the RX engine, the assess command only assesses command, does nothing else. We only need to run it when we have a command. So serial's available and we get a read from it. We return a 1, and then that runs that next conditional, which then runs this. And so what we do is we take our packet CL and our packet ID, and we make a CLID out of it, and then we run that through the gauntlet. Do I have... See, if it doesn't recognize the command, it prints the whole packet out. It says, what? And then it prints the packet out, and it's not doing that. It just gets caught. It's getting stuck. Something is still running, though. Our EVT engine is still going. And our packets are still getting received. They just stop. Well, but the CLID that we're getting is repeating over and over again. Here, look, I'll do the serial print again, just to see how often this thing runs now. Well, this will go vertical. Actually, it shouldn't gum everything up. Let's just see. Upload. Zero read bytes, tries to read data into the buffer, but it should have the whole packet in there. It shouldn't be timing out on that. But I'm reading the stuff out of the buffer. What the? F2. 1-1, F0, F2, C0. F0 and F2, huh? Zero, F0, 0. 9, C, F1, F0. Set bootable mode. Success. Status mod 0. Clear the packet. It's not doing this. Yeah, CLID, but the switch case isn't doing anything. Why? What? Why? What the fuck? The other one is store bonding configuration, and then it sends the reset again. It's just not... How is this? Why is this? It just stops working? What did I screw up? Switch. CLID. First curly brace. Second curly brace. Switch. Yeah, okay, so the function's closed. Case of 0 break. Case of 1. I'm going to check semicolons. Semicolon, semicolon. I mean, it wouldn't compile without the semicolon there. Semicolon. Semicolon. Sorry, colon. I'm looking at the colons right now in my ass command. Staring at colons all day. Everybody's got a break at the end. I got a colon, I got a break. I got a colon, I got a break. I got a colon, I got a break. Colon break, colon break, colon break, colon break. F0. There he is. Right there. Yeah, it's running because we get a serial print. It has a good command because we get a serial print. You're thinking of rogue return? Well, we're not doing anything that garners... I think that is maybe accidentally running. Where did this thing even come from? Wait a minute. Well, this is supposed to end it, but maybe that one needs to be a break. Yeah. Try it. CLID is built every time that loop, every time the switch case runs. But it looks like, I mean, this looks This looks like cromulent data. This looks like we are receiving what we should be receiving, and our loop is running. So why are we not triggering an F0 or an F2? We're storing them as hex. We're storing them as 16-bit. Command, or sorry, CLID is uint16, packet CL, packet ID. And then I make handle and command because we need to declare those earlier. And then we print it. And it prints perfectly fine. But then we go into ACID. And it doesn't ass. It has no ass. What broke? Like, what is this? What is this? I don't get it. It doesn't make any sense. Chat, I'm frustrated. Unless we find a rogue semicolon, I'm probably going to need to call it. Like, what if they're, I don't know, like a brace, curly brace that I missed? That's your solution to everything, Pyro. Just volatile everything. I don't even know what I'm doing when I do that. Solve it in 10 minutes with a clear head. I don't know, man. I mean, I've been working on this code all weekend. And, I don't know. I mean, I've got a good sense of what's going on right now. Yeah, it's the same process. The base station is trying to make it do stuff, and we're not doing stuff. We're stuck. Which doesn't make any sense to me. Why are we stuck? Why are we not running this? Why are we not running this function? Because we receive just fine. We get our command system reset, and we reset, and then we move on to this. Yeah, I haven't reached the rage quota. I don't think it's hitting the 0 case. Let's try. Yeah, that's a good question. 0 case. Well, we just do a print, not a print line. Because it shouldn't hit this, it shouldn't hammer away at this function anymore because we changed the logic. I really need to get my head enlarged. Let me get a haircut. It's gonna cover less of my head. It's really starting to get into my way. Can't see today because of it. Yeah, no dots. We're not hitting the 0 case. It makes no sense, but we're beyond that. It's got to be something weird with the tabs, right? But we know we're getting into this loop, and if we're getting into this loop, why isn't it performing what's in this loop? I'm going to unvolatile your memories. This is very frustrating. It is. We're getting what we expect to be getting from the base station, and we're printing it in a location where we should be responding to what's going on. But for some reason, we're not responding to what's going on. We're not getting any of this down here, the 04. Where is that? Sorry, 0F. This is not running. Yeah, bit of breakpoint debugging. Figure out where this thing is getting caught up. I don't get where it would run into anything that resembles 0F00 because it's literally just counting in order. And there's no error for a doubled up case has been running. So why is that getting caught up? And then it sends an F2, which is this one down here, and this one also doesn't run. And I didn't break the switch case. And it's running this loop. I don't get it. Guys, I'm stuck. I'm fucking stuck on this thing. It just, like, doesn't want to run the switch case. We don't get a default. We don't get anything. This just does not run. What the fuck? We run this, and then it's like, nah, I don't care. Shit like this, you know? What is going on here? I mean, what would I do if I learned that? I could try it. Getting desperate. I'm starting to take handouts from chat. A low, low point. Damn it. It was going to take me a while to get there. I probably should have shift-clicked. I don't trust shift-click. I don't know why. I don't know why I don't trust shift-click. Can I do default? I wonder if it's indentation. No, don't verify. Say, No, I don't think it's endianness because we get the first we get reset. And we're not getting default either. We would get defaults. Truncating CLID when you format printf, and it's not really 0f01. It's like more digits and then 0f01, but it's a uint 16t. So that should be all there is to it. And it works because we got the reset command and we responded to the reset command. All right, let's see what happens here. I'm gonna upload this. It was a clever idea, but yeah, unfortunately we're not quite there. We're not doing that. Yeah, and it would hit default. That's okay. That's all right. I'm being nicer. I gotta be nicer to chat. Barf? Barf. We're barfing every time. Motherfucker, we're barfing every time. I'm just puking all over myself. Help. All right. Well, we get the barf the first time, but I need to clear the packet after that. Let's try that. Yeah, maybe I have it tabbed over too far. That might be it. Even though we get it to run the first time. Off. Turn it back on. I'm not going to make it into a giant Tsunadere simulator switch case. Yeah, they're the two 1-1s, and then we're running for all the zeros, which we really shouldn't be doing. We should not be running for all these 0-0s. Why are we running like 1,000,000 times? Because the CLID shouldn't be triggered unless this is run. This is only run if serial's available. This is something. This is a different result. I mean, if I put all the cases back in, it seems to not do anything. But like, why are we 0-0ing? Yeah, the old Switch had the 000 case, and when I put a printout in it, we don't get nothing out of it. But yet, this one... Wait a minute. The old code should have said nothing every time a 0 came through, right? This code, a 0's coming through, and it's getting all the way into my switch cases, even though serial available. We check to see if it's a 20. Oh, when we run this, if it's not a 20. Oh. That's a serial print issue. That's That's we got cereal, but it's not the right thing. That's weird and sloppy. So we need to get something, and it needs to be a 20 or a 0. Then we'll run the assessment. If we get something that's not the right thing, then because that's what was going on. We got. Why would we get cereal and it wouldn't be the right thing though? Doesn't make any sense. Yeah, I could try that now. Greater than 0. Our other stuff is still in there. I'll comment that out in a minute. It's funny that this didn't affect it before, though. Off. And then on again. -1 would get through. Well, now we're only barfing where we need to barf. So one of our things fixed it. So maybe we re-enable this mess. Bless this mess. All the way to the bottom. Use the super secret programmer shift click. No! That top line. Go there. All the way to the bottom. Shift click. There we go. Save. Upload. I'm hitting Control S. That's just habit. All right, come on, work, 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 work. Now I'm going all in. Same problem. Same exact problem. Didn't matter what happened. Let's take from that. Yeah, from C0 all the way up to below 0. Shift click. And let's simplify our stuff. I do it, Pyro. Shut up. You shut up. Everybody shut the fuck. You fuck. Fuck. All right. That's up there. Let's take a look at the serial. Streamer, move your left hand and then your right hand. Okay. Let's see what we get. What? 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 Those are the reset commands. I forgot to enable reset. Zero started. That joke is not getting funnier. It's kind of reached a plateau. All right. Yep, one of the cases is fucking it up. One of the cases is messing it up. We were able to get all the way to store bonding configuration. Oh, man, which one is fucking it up, though? So we got past the point. We figured it out. We made a couple little edits to the code along the way to make it a little less hammery. It's just baffling to me which one would be breaking it. Maybe that big guy right there. So where were we? We were at probably one of the timer ones. Let's enable the timer one then. That's C. So we'll enable this one. And that'll allow it to set a timer. One at a time. That's what we got to do. Oh, this one's setting byte. Oh, that's right. This one sets a new byte. Maybe that's what's messing it up. Maybe I need to declare the byte much earlier. Who wouldn't want a workbench like that? I don't want a workbench like this, because this means that I'm not getting this project done. This shit shouldn't be on my workbench. It should be on my gaming chair. And we should be driving around in games and stuff. Okay, soft timer. We didn't get a what command yet, though. Handle of 0. Yeah, we're not replying with the correct handle on the timer. So we need to fix that. So, handle on the timer. C0, input buffer of 8 is the handle. Software ID is there. Send success. Set timer. And I think, well, actually, when we run this, I could pass the ID in there, but let's see set timer. So my timer set in, that would be in timer functions. Set timer. If the time stored is 0, it stops task 0. But I need to program the handle. Byte ID is 0. Base doesn't get to set the ID. We set it as timer 0. Blah 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 blah. Timer active ID of 0. That's the ones and zeros that tell me whether or not a timer's going. I am not storing the handle anywhere. Okay, so we can just take the handle, the timer handle. Timer handle, where is that? It's one of these variables up here. Timer underscore handle. And then we're not using ID, we're doing input buffer of 4, actually. But the other one was of 8, so I probably want that. What are the other ones set up? Hold on. The other one's setting it up. Oh, receive. There we go. Input buffer of 8 is the ID, huh? Let's look at the API and make sure that we get the right position. That would be this one. We're fixing other problems right now. 8 handle. Okay, so we need to give that handle something to do. So we're gonna set input buffer of 8. We've gone over to this function and everything's still in. We haven't cleared the packet yet. So we go over to our timing function and we set the timer handle is equal to input buffer 8. That's just going to set the handle. And here is, I need to actually correct that. Because the ID is actually 8. But in our internal stuff, we're setting it as 0. So this stops the timer. This starts the timer. Time stored, conversion factor, timer active ID is equal to 1. Task of ID is equal to timer every stored. Time expire ID. And then the input buffer 8 is what we send back. When the timer expires, time expire, we event add 08. So go over to our transmit engine. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Set software timer. The handle is this. Event hardware soft timer handle. So we can actually, when we set this off up here, yeah, we're putting the timer handle into the thing. So now we're going to say, hey, this timer that you've set has expired. And so now we'll be able to get the code back and we can enable the next piece of the switch, this accursed switch case that for some reason doesn't work. I don't know if my timer stuff breaks it. At least we'll know. We'll just take this step by step, day by day. Fresh start over, different every day. People we stow, the stumble we stay. We'll make it better. It's not setting the right handle. So it doesn't see that as expiring. It just gets stuck. We probably need to get rid of this printout too. We're not replying to those either. Although, wait, our success sends, I don't think we're sending them. I don't think I have a printout for the send success. I might, though. It might not be. Transmits to CLID 0C00. No, I should definitely be sending back. I don't think this is progress. We're not responding properly. I think it got a signal that it likes, but, well, so it system reset, system boot. We're not there are no serial prints coming through these. So that's not working. That's not actually working. What the fuck? What is happening? Hold on a minute. I think it should be working just fine. It gets a packet, it assesses the packet. That's fine. We're getting the CLID. We get down here, it breaks. If I disable the timer stuff, C0, F0, and F1 are the other responses. Disable the timer stuff, which I'm declaring a byte ID. Maybe that might be messing it up. Serial started over. This is progress. Yeah, we're inching our way closer. See, now it actually responds to everything. I think something the timer's doing is messing it up then. Because, yeah, see, and then it gets something it doesn't understand, which is the C0, which is setting up the timer. So this is where it tries to start the timer. Somehow this thing responded properly, though, without the timer existing in the stack. If I take byte ID and just turn that into handle, and then instead of ID, I say handle, because that's something that I've already declared. And enable the timer again. Maybe my timing setup is breaking something else, and I'll have to look at that. Aha! We're still not sending the right handle. Okay, so progress. I probably don't need it to say that. Well, we still need to say the CLID. So we get all the way down to here. We get that sends. It has the handle properly. Something about the way that I was declaring like an extra variable down here broke everything else. Weird. Switch cases are weird. I guess you got to declare the variables outside of the switch case for the entire mess of everything. Handles input buffer rate. That's fine. Set timerer. So we go to set timerer. Storing the timer, blah, blah, blah. It takes a bunch of stuff from the input buffer, which we saw it do. It set up the timer and it started it properly. It just didn't have the right handle. It wasn't transmitting the right handle when it would send something. So this thing is time stored. It's not getting to here, is it? Timer handle is equal to input buffer of 8. Set timer stop ID. Oh, because that gets this gets cleared. So it'd be that gets cleared. So we can't use the input buffer all the time, right? No, wait a minute. Hold on. No, we can. Because when it stops it sets the time as 0, but it still gives it the same handle. So we can use that. Timer cancel tasks of 0. Timer active 0 is equal to 0. Timer active 0. Timer cancel task 0. Timer handle input buffer. And then it does all this stuff. And when the timer expires, oops, when the timer expires, it sets off this one. And this one, command is 8. Timer handle, shifts it over 8. Puts it into the event add. So we run event 8. EVT hardware soft timer. That handle is going to be the timer handle, so that would be like 04 on this one, right? So event hardware soft timer, copy, find, paste. Event hardware soft timer of handle, 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 4 is handle. That's been passed in. That's what it should send. It'll send that in the output buffer. Why is it 0? Why is it 0? This should be fine. This should be running. It might just be that I keep using the variable handle. Maybe if I call it something else. Call it Handello or something. Or if I use that timer handle from the other thing. But the timer handle from the other thing is passed into this program. It should be running fine. Use handle all over these things. Are they all broken because I used handle? That would suck. That'd be really terrible. This is perfectly fine what I'm doing here. It should be fine. These aren't global. They're just declared with when you run event check. But when you run event check, and this is a scope thing, right? I shouldn't need to be redeclaring these things like this. Why is our timer not working properly? It's not replying properly with the timer ID that's expired. It might have been my own petard. This is printing out as 01. C0 handles equal to 0 there. Oh, wait a minute. I'm not loading it up, am I? No, handles equal to input buffer of 8. I don't know. Let's try. I'm gonna upload and try again. Let's just let's reaffirm where we're stuck. Get packet fills the input buffer with a command, except for the first. It's actually the first 4. Oh, so it's 4. That's 8 minus 4. Back to the timing functions. Back to here. And my 8s need to be 4s. That's the problem. Actually, I think that's what I had before. Well, anyway, now I've implemented the global variable, so we can try that. Crunch. Ah, my neck just made a huge crunch noise. Ah! Ah! Cracked my neck. Head fell off. All right. 0 started. Let's go. We'll do this. Well, now the handle's 2. That's still wrong. Or is it? No, timer 2. Timer 2's, but I don't have any watts. Where's my watt? Why doesn't it like that? 4,000. Timer 2, timer 2, timer 2. Oh, because no, we're not even getting a command. We should be getting a default command in. I'm sure the neck is fine. No, it's snapped. It's cleaved in twain. Yeah, so that's responding to C0. Set soft timer. So internally, I have a soft timer, ID of 2, time of 4 billion. Then it expires and expires and expires and expires, and we're not getting a reply. We still have, whenever that loops run, we're still printing out the CLID just blatantly, but we're not getting anything to respond to. This is where it should start all the module configuration stuff, though. When that timer expires, I mean, are we not listening close enough into the timer expiring? Oh, this is a totally different problem now. We have a completely different problem. Oh, no. We don't have anything stopping our timer. During the timer should expire twice, and then it should request something. So we're missing that. How the hell are we missing it? Is our timer, like, undoing something? I don't really think so. Time stored over the conversion factor. Task ID, timer every stored, blah, 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 timer expires. And the ID. I don't know what's going on. I don't know why this is happening. I could probably get the ID stuff out of here. I set ID equal to 0 because we're not letting it program its own timer designation. But I don't know, none of that really matters. If we get a time of 0, then we unset it. And so that should all be fine. Timer active 0, input buffer 4, blah, blah, blah. Tasks of 0 is canceled. There's like a little task buffer that we use in order to be able to recall what the IDs of the tasks are, which is not something that we need to do anymore. That was something that we did as a result of the way the module works, but I've taken over. So when that expires, we're not receiving any serial signals for some unknown weirdo fucking reason, huh? So I am sending it the timer expiration packet, and it doesn't like it. I think that's what's going on right now. Whatever I'm sending here isn't what it's looking for. So let's try to edit that packet and make it the right thing. There's probably a mistake in it somewhere. We're still going through packet by packet. It's just, yeah. Timer. Event hardware soft timer handle. Copy that, find it, paste it, find. Then we go over here. And then we look for the timer expiration packet here. Set soft timer, that's a success. And then the event it generates is hardware soft timer. A01C0 handle. B. Wait, button packet. What are we doing here? No, we're down here. 0. Length of B. Dun, dun, dun. Yeah, these are the little errors. I left the wrong thing in there. There it is. So it's the wrong, we were sending the wrong address. So now we're going to get another what, and we can move on. Upload, update, load. Just try to say it all at once. The human brain does not have a serial buffer. It's multiple paths that can just intersect with one another. And then I say stuff like, time to blah, 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 and then I have an aneurysm, die. Okay, so monitor. Yeah, we're making baby steps towards this thing. We gotta fight. We gotta fight this thing in order to make progress. But you know, my weekend of coding very, very tiredly. Okay, we can stop now. What the fuck? All right. Timer. Then we get 3.3, which is a what? 20033. So we go up on the RX engine, and we look for 3.3, which is all the way up in the threes, believe it or not. So 3.3. We enable that one. That one is gap end procedure. What? Why would it be doing that? Store bonding condition. C0. Set soft timer. Success. Set the timer. Expire. Gap end procedure. This is the one that comes in out of order. Yeah, so this should trigger an error. I've seen this happening. For some reason, it sets it off. It says, no, don't do it. And then if weird stuff happens, it keeps going. So, all right, let's try that then. Oh, did we get a stop timer? No. Okay, so we return an error if this goes wrong. That's what all this code is right here. Turn it off. Give it a minute. Turn it on. Give it a minute. Beep, bop, beep. Oh boy, we're stuck. Hold on, we got a what? It keeps trying to set the soft timer, and it keeps trying to set all these weird commands, but it's what's basically happening is we're running out of functionality, and then we continue, you know, with the limited command set that we have. So this one's a 3.5 that it's trying to do. I think my running theory now is that the declaration of the ID variable is what's killing us. Just one at a time. We're just doing one at a time, huh? I'm tempted to enable the rest of this thing and see what happens. See if we can get all the way to my button test procedure. Look at us go. Where's our first what? What? 318. Oh, look, it's 318. Start discovery. Bada bing. I'm going to enable the rest of these, I think. I might do it. No, stick with the plan. Stick with the plan. We do one at a time. Upload. This is a lot of resets for my device over here, huh? The whatchamacallit, Granite Devices controller. I'm resetting it over and over and over again. I really need to get a haircut. I'm starting to look like the berries and cream guy. Berries and cream, berries and cream. I know. I feel like just jumping the whole thing, but we have a plan. I have a plan. I need to stick to it. Where's our what? Well, there's our scan response, but we're not getting a reply from the scan responses. So the scan responses are going to need a little bit of work. Handle 1, huh? All right, let's turn off auto scroll. Do we get any more whats? Or no, turn off auto scroll. What? I don't see any what in here. So far, so good. We got all the way up to the scan response. And my event is going off that sends the low energy generic access profile scan response, or LEGAP response. LE gap scan response, right? And our timer stopped too. That's a nice thing. So our gap scan response is going. Yeah, so far so good. All right. We just need to properly build this packet. It doesn't like whatever packet we're sending. I'm probably doing something dumb in the packet. Guys, I can't keep streaming for 11 hours. Blue at you. Hey, thank you for the 5 months. I really appreciate you guys who are keeping those streaks going. You guys mean a lot to me, actually, right now. Because we don't have burn the subs here, and so everything's kind of quieted down a little bit. I'm not getting as many of the crazy people from other streams and all that stuff. So having you guys come in here and support, even when I'm doing something as droll as this, is really meaningful to me. I appreciate you guys coming in and watching me do this stuff, because Lord knows I fucking hate it. I hate this. I like the progress that we're making right now, but I need to do this in the background because this is going to be exactly the same stream that I've done for a week. All last week, except for the game stream, was this. So I'm going to try to hammer away at this thing on Wednesday, maybe brew up a pot of coffee and just sit down and do this without you guys here. Because I move at 30 times the speed when you guys aren't here. I'm a software engineer. This intrigues me. Reverse engineering is a lot of fun. But the problem with reverse engineering is you need to become an expert in the device immediately. And then if you have any trip ups, you're going to run into what we're running into here, which is just stuff just not quite working properly. And you need to really get into the weeds. You need to really get into the low-level functionality of a device so that you can emulate it. So this has been, I mean, this is a little bit project for project's sake. If I were looking to do this as soon as possible, and the way that I probably should have originally schemed to do this was by buying the module, putting it into the wheel, powering it off of the 12 volts, and then having a microcontroller as a go-between between the LIN bus and the wireless protocol over here. So it would have been a microcontroller like an ATtiny85 that's connected to a port expander that's connected to all the pins on this thing. It would actually we could have coded this port expander so that when this thing comes up, we would instead digitally... See, this is the problem. I always think of shit like this. If we had just connected a port expander to all these pins and then digitally influenced it while pulling LIN bus stuff here, then I could have built this entire system to be the original Granite Devices. I would have had an Ethernet cable coming out of the shifter, which is what you have typically on a sim setup, and an Ethernet cable coming off of the pedals, and those would all just go into the ports over there. I didn't want to do that, though. We did something weird. We've decided to emulate this module top to bottom. And unfortunately, Bluetooth Low Energy, as you guys have been saying, the only thing that's keeping me alive right now, instead of bursting into ash, is that you guys have also had a terrible time figuring out how to use this module. It's a big API, and I understand how and why it's working now, but I'm going to keep inchworming my way through this code. There's probably an error in the packet that we're sending back for the scan response. It could be there's one entry in that packet. See, all this stuff is in my brain right now. I've like memorized this stupid thing. In the scan response, there's a bit to say whether or not it's previously been connected, and I might need to make a little bit of an intelligent thing on that to try to get that to respond properly. Or, you know, maybe it's just a dumb packet. You know, maybe it's just a big dumb packet that's coming in wrong, or maybe I need to open up the software in order to make that happen. I don't know. But I'll take a look at that. This is a big bump that we're on right now. Hopefully we can get over it easily, because we were getting past it before. So that'll be my Wednesday, and I'll check back with you guys on Thursday. We'll try to do something else on Thursday. I don't want to do more programming. I would rather be assembling my entire setup, because that's... I've wanted this thing to be done for so long. But you guys have been great. Thank you guys for hanging out. We're getting more programmers to watch, which is not necessarily what I wanted. I wanted pro gamers, not programmers. You guys are totally different animals. You're all animals, though. And I'll catch you guys later. Here's the end card. You guys can... Hey, Veet Nukem! No, thank you. Thank you for the $5. Well, $2.50. But thank you. That means a lot to me, man. Let's end the stream. Exclamation point end. I need more of like a cool... I'll work on the stream at some point. Once we burn the subs back up, then I'll feel more free to work on some of the presentation that you guys have. I know audio and video I've got on lockdown, but I think we need to make some stuff to kind of spruce it up around here. And I'll do an emote revision too. But anyway, until then, you guys can find me on Discord, Twitter occasionally. Motion on the horizon? What are you talking about? Anyway, I will catch you guys on Thursday, all right? Don't be late. Take an attendance. I'll see you guys later.